Good evening. This is our January 21st City Council meeting. And with that, thanks for coming. We have a couple of people that might be on Zoom. Welcome to Winsett and Mike.
Phil. I'm sure Mike will be joining us soon. He emailed me. So he's sick as well. So he's gonna be on here. So
So we'll go ahead and have a roll call
Mayor Eichhorst,
here.
Councilor Pendergrass.
Here.
Councilor Phillips.
Here.
Councilor Spring. Here. Councilor Reisdorfer.
Here.
Okay. First order of business is the swearing in of re-elected officials, which is myself and Member Pendergrass. So
Start with Brandon, we'll just do one at a time. Come on over here, have you stand in the center for me.
Jax.
Right? Stand over there, kind of face them. Make it look, you can see them and everybody else in your camera, and I'll stay off camera. There we go. All right, so we're gonna do the oath of office for both of you. Have you raise your right hand for me and repeat after me. I, Ryland Eichhorst,
I, Ryland Eichhorst,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
Constitution of the State of Minnesota.
and that I will discharge faithfully
I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of City Council
the duties of the office of City Council,
of the City of Orinoco,
the City of Orinoco,
in the County of Olmsted,
in the County of
the
Homestead,
State of Minnesota,
State of Minnesota,
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Get the stamped and stuff afterwards. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you.
Paul? Welcome back. Welcome back. Now you raise your right hand for me and repeat after me. I, Paul Pendergrass,
I, Paul Pendergrass,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
for the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
and that I will discharge faithfully
and I will discharge faithfully
the duties of the office of City Council
the duties of the office of City Council
of the City of Orinoco,
of the City of Orinoco,
in the County of Olmsted,
County of Homestead,
the State of
State of
Minnesota,
Minnesota,
to the best of my judgment and ability.
to the best of my judgment and ability,
So help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations. Okay. And then we'll get this stamped after and get you a copy.
Thank you. I got a question for you. You ever seen the Constitution of the State of Minnesota?
No, I don't know that I have.
Ask me to swear to it, so you give me a copy, I'd appreciate it. I haven't seen it either.
I'm sure it exists somewhere there.
Sure it is.
All right, next item is approval for agenda. That is there.
I've got some amendments.
Yes,
I've got the one that I handed out, which is for the fire department grant. And I'd like to have it under the fire department. And I'd like to put that as number 9, I think is about the best way to put that.
9 for the fire department.
Yeah,
on page.
it'd be on page 3 of 6. And then I've also, under the fire department, I'd like to put another one, which is discussing, and I just heard about this for a possible solution for engine number 2. We can discuss that, and I think the fire department is going to be coming over also, but
So is this under number 9?
it's going to be number 10
Or number 10 is
under the fire.
Engine number 2.
Yeah,
Number 9 is the grant.
is the grant, and number 10 is the engine number 2. And then I'd also like to put under Um. It's, the water deal, Chris, I'd like to put that under. Let's be under new business. I thought I had it. Oh, it would be under, departments, committees, it would be under water and sewer, it would be number 5. And that's for drinking water, Orinoco drinking water.
So, the engine number 2, Orinoco drinking water. There's nothing in our packet. Do you have something to submit to that, or is it just?
No, it's just, I guess, a way to go type deal that there is that was given to us for the drinking water. Oh,
Is that something that was at the Water and Sewer Committee meeting?
no, this one came from, Minnesota Communities, okay, Quinn Jacobson. Okay, and what there was on the good job that Kane did, but I just wanted to give him a shout out for that, for what he did. Good.
And the fire engine number 2, what is that subject about?
We have a possible offer that there is on number 2, okay, and also giving it out to another party, so we'll discuss that when that comes out. And I want to know, fire department will probably be here to talk about it, otherwise I'll talk about
So it's a sharing question, or?
it. It's just to bring up if it's worth discussion or not, so it's a discussion item.
Yeah, hopefully a brief one then.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the meeting as amended with the items fire department grant number 9 under fire department. The engine number 2 under water, and go under fire department number 10, and under water and sewer item number 5, Orinoco drinking water report.
Second. Yeah, well, I hit three items, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel, second. Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Right.
Opposed? That's approved. Okay, next item is our public forum. The city council welcomes and encourages participation from community members. Please keep in mind your comments must be pertinent to city businesses and must adhere to data privacy rules. No employees' names may be used. Please do not expect action from the council this evening regarding your concerns. To address the city council during public forum, please step up to the podium, state your name, address, and fill out the form provided. Those have been provided. You can bring those up to me as well, or maybe Jason has them. Okay. The forms, just bring those up.
I'll get it for you.
Anybody else?
Anybody else speaking?
There
Okay.
you go.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I couldn't go back there. Speakers will be recognized only once. They'll be timed. Begin speaking when the green card is raised by Jason. A yellow card indicates you have 30 seconds left, and the red card indicates you've reached your 3-minute limit, and then we'll stop. So with that, we open at 6:40, and for the Adam Beedling.
Go first?
Yeah,
Can I not go first?
what's that?
Oh, yeah. Huh? No, it doesn't matter. For green card, you said?
Jason's got there for you.
I don't think it'll be 3 minutes. Hi, guys. I'm one of the EDA volunteers, and I learned at our last EDA meeting that funding was cut for the EDA, and I'll let Jamie talk more about that. But when I think about, with my citizen's hat, you know, as a member of Orinoco, I would like nothing more than things to stay just as they are. Driving home every day from work and having the deer hop into the fields and, you know, that's way nicer than driving past construction and concrete and all these things, right? I would prefer that. But I also think that rationally, we can't avoid growth. Growth is coming to our community regardless of who's sitting in these chairs, unless one person owned the vast majority of the land, change is coming, growth is coming. So I guess I just want to make the point today that I think it's very important that we embrace growth as it's coming. Hopefully we have good working relationships with developers and I don't necessarily want to advocate or think we should be trying to accelerate growth, but as growth comes, I think we need to make wise decisions. And I also would like to throw out that I think it's important for in the coming years for the city council, mayor, et cetera, to identify where the heart of the community is going to be. Where do we gather? Where do we hang out? Where do we spend time? Is it going to be new and up here? Or is it going to be just north of the bridge and more character filled, et cetera? And then wherever we decide to put our heart, I feel like the city should probably work on selling some land, acquiring some land for whatever needs, identify what needs you have, what do we need land for, and do some level of get rid of the stuff you're not needing to fund the acquisition of stuff that you do want for decades moving forward. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Jamie Rothy?
Hello, I'm Jamie Rothy. I'm at 990 Cedar Point Lane Southeast. I also sit on the EDA board. Our board members prepared a letter that we'll be submitting, but I wanted to read that today. And then also have a few comments to share with you as well. So dear members of the Orinoco City Council, on behalf of the EDA, excluding the mayor and Mr. Prendergrass, we are writing to express our disappointment and concern regarding the recent decision to reduce the EDA's operating budget by 50%. The decision was both unexpected and deeply impactful, especially during a pivotal time of growth and opportunity in our community. The EDA's approved work plan, which reflects our collective goals and priorities for fostering sustainable economic development, was developed with transparency and collaboration. However, during the budget discussions, the city council member that represents the EDA misrepresented our work and scope, leading to a misunderstanding of our contributions and critical role we play in Orinoco's progress. This misrepresentation has not only eroded trust, but also undermined the EDA's ability to effectively serve the community. At this time, we respectfully request that the mayor make a recommendation to reassign this representative to another board or commission, and the city council support this decision. This step will ensure an accurate and constructive representation of the EDA's work moving forward. We would also like to acknowledge the incredible work of Rebecca Charles at CEDA. She has secured multiple grants and her expertise has been exactly what Orinoco needs to advance our goals. Her efforts have been instrumental in driving progress and ensuring the success of our initiatives. Furthermore, we would like to invite City Council and P&Z Commission to a joint work session with the EDA. This session would provide an opportunity to clarify EDA's work plan, discuss shared goals, and align our efforts to support Orinoco's growth together. We believe open communication and collaboration are really vital to our mutual success, and we hope that this session can help rebuild trust and understanding. While we understand that the current budget cannot be changed, we urge City Council to reconsider the EDA's funding allocated during the next budget cycle. The decision to reduce the EDA's budget will significantly impact our ability to carry out our approved work plan and support key initiatives that benefit our community. Finding a path forward ensures Orinoco continues to thrive, and we hope we can do this together. We thank you for your attention and the ongoing conversation. I also wanted to bring up to this group that we've had 2 EDA board members now resign because of the actions of council, both with removal of Sunny, and now we just had our next member resign this week due to the 50% reduction. So the board is really working hard to try to work with our community. We've held open forum comments. We've brought people together. We meet as much as we can with community members. We have great dialogue here in this room. And it's really important that we think we work together. We hope that you would like to continue to work together as well. Thank you.
Joe? Sorry?
Before I go, Ryland, Logan first.
Oh, okay. Logan, you want to go first?
Yes. By Zoom. He's on Zoom.
Logan, if you want to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. I wasn't prepared to talk in this portion of it. I was understanding that this is a public hearing, but that the email that I sent on to Mike Flaherty regarding Linda King's Gold Rush and her partner's Gold Rush project, I think you kind of know where we're coming from as far as next steps. Sent out an email that kind of explained the, kind of the expectations and the terms of the development. But really wanted to hear from city council here tonight on if the terms are acceptable from that email that we laid out. And if they really do support, if we can get some kind of general support from the council on if they would support the land use plan amendment change to B2 along with the zoning district change. We understand that there's a process that we have to go through. But we really have been working with the city now for, it'll be 2 years in April, and we don't feel like we've gone any further along than we were, almost 2 years ago. So it'd be real great if we could kind of iron these things out. Linda and our partners are making a big investment. The city is going to generate a lot of property taxes from this development. We want everybody to be happy and really think this will be good for the city of Orinoco for many years. So still want to work with you guys and get this figured out, but we need to know if you'll support those terms and if you'll support the land use plan amendment and zone change.
All right, thank you, Logan. Joe?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to recognize and welcome Lee and Lowell, which are also partners with Linda on Gold Rush Crossing. Lee drove here from Omaha, and Lowell came from Marshall. So they put some miles on to be here tonight. It's a huge project, just like Logan just said. We've had several meetings with Orinoco. We've had overwhelming support with EDA, city council members, P&Z meetings, planning commission meetings, and most importantly, the community of Orinoco, and especially the neighborhoods that are close by to the project. The zone change, we're not really concerned about as much anymore after the last meeting, because that's gonna fall in line with everything that's close by to us anyway. And we want that zone because we want it the same as the west side. We want the east side the same as the west side. The east side is currently R2 and multifamily. We want to do something different than that we've already proposed to the city. We do not want to go into multifamily, and we don't want to go into trailer courts or anything like that. So that's the reason for the zoning change. Everybody else wants the project to go, and so do we. And we want to know soon if the city council wants the project to go and to help us make it go with you and work closely to get this thing done and get it done in a timely fashion. I do see, the last thing is I do see that we're on the agenda. What did I just put that? Oh, here it is. On a city attorney and city engineer cost reimbursement and security agreement. We have no idea what that is. So the vote should probably not come before the discussion. I asked Jason before the meeting started what it was, and he didn't have time to explain it, he said. So hopefully it's explained to me before it's brought up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Joe. All right. Second call for public forum.
Good evening, Grant Kosher, 1240 Cedar Drive Southeast.
Just fill out the form.
Oh, yeah, I filled out that for none.
Go ahead and talk.
This one seems pretty trivial compared to everybody else's discussion points tonight, but I do have a question about the accuracy of the water bills that came out for the month of December. I'm sure questions have probably come in, Jason, through City Hall, something like that. We've seen it on Facebook. This is the first meeting since then, so I at least wanted my comments public, but From November to December, our household saw a 45% increase in our cost for the water bill. Now, I don't keep track of the usage on a month-to-month basis, but that is the highest increase that we've seen. I think going back to April, when the changeover happened with the septic system, the highest increase we've seen up to that point is 19%. So usage could have went up. That being said, in the winter months, usage tends to go down. So I have a tough time believing that from November to December, we had that big of an increase in the usage in our household, especially when we were gone part of the holidays. So my ask is that if somebody can look into that, whether it's something with calculations, something's going on, but it did seem like a pretty significant increase from one month to the other. So thank you.
There was, did you see postings on Facebook?
Saw something on Facebook about auto pay, which we do not use. So that was the only thing I saw. So
Third and final call for public forum. Anybody on Zoom? With that, third and final call. We'll close at 6:51. So, on to our agenda, we have our departments and committees. And, in your packet report was the Olmsted County monthly report. With, comments or
I have one question. So I know they show numbers, but is there a way for them to track mileage of how they're patrolling in the city? So just personally, I've seen them sitting and doing stationary traffic, but just wanting to make sure that they're actually patrolling. So there might be an ability to get some mileage logs so that they're in the city and around the city versus sitting.
that's a good question.
They don't track that.
Can they?
From my experience in law enforcement, that's not something that can be tracked. I do know there's been increase where you're seeing sitting, running stationary, because we've asked them to from citizens talking about speed in certain areas.
Yeah.
So we've tried to get them to increase their presence in certain areas. But we also I do know they drive around and hit up different spots, but
Okay.
fortunately, there's not an easy way to track that, so it's not something they would ever track.
The other comment we've heard from the deputies is that sometimes you see them sitting and when we asked about the question, says, well, they're just, in some cases, they're filling out reports of the actions they did do, so
Yep.
that's why they're not.
Yeah, I want to make sure that they're patrolling versus just sitting, right? We pay a lot of money for them to keep our community safe, and making sure that they're not in their usual spot, I think is gonna be key as we move forward. So maybe we just keep that as a conversation and keep that open.
Something to keep in mind. Recently, I've noticed them up and down Minnesota Avenue more.
Yeah.
More than they have in the past, so.
Yeah.
I've kind of noticed more of a presence, so.
And when they come in pretty regularly to our office.
Sure.
So I'm just come and talk to them, just to make sure we're more of that, just like we do with the speeding council or the
Okay.
speeding stuff.
I also saw on that too, that there were 11 traffic stops also, this last month, which I think is good that they're watching that. So I think that's awesome.
Okay, next
What are
item.
the community service numbers on there?
What's that?
What are the community service numbers represent on there? Says
I
8
think
of
they
them.
represent coming into City Hall and checking with staff to see if there's anything, questions or.
Stopping at businesses, maybe as well.
Going to the next item, Public Works. So the motion is what Kane is looking for is to approve, this is a budget items that we talked about last month. To approve the city administrator of Public Works to proceed with proposed hiring process timeline of a full-time Public Works assistant. So with that, I make a motion that we allow that process to commence.
I had a comment too on that, on reading the job description. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll do a second to discuss it.
I'll make a second on it
Oh, thank you.
for discussions.
Your comment, Jim?
When we were looking at this stuff, and I think it's pretty well done on everything that's there on how you put everything down, Kane. The only thing, and I'd like to push it, is is to see if we can't find, somebody that's got either a D or a C license as there is for the sewer plant to hire them, that would kind of give us a jump forward on what we're trying to do with Peoples coming up. And it's gonna be expiring in about 2 years now. But I think that would be good if we could find that and put that out and kind of look at that as a requirement, or, suggestion. Preferred qualification, I guess, is where I would put it. But that was a comment that I wanted to make off that.
I understand that that Kane was wanting to hire somebody entry level for this position, but I'm kind of wondering if we shouldn't go with upper level, somebody could run the plant. Eventually, we got a $200,000 a year contract to cover sewer service, to cover the sewer plant, and we get somebody in there that can work with that. We've got three city people, I think we should have somebody other than just the public works director running the sewer plant. He's got other jobs to do around town. And I think we should, we get a person to fill that position and be working with, I'm sure be working with the public works director back and forth. We end up with 2 people, we're done with the people's contract. I think that's where the direction we should be going. Look to fill that. So that's gonna take a lot longer to fill than finding somebody to mow for the summer.
Yeah, it's a good comment. I think we talked about this, I think, in December too. At the budget time, this idea was to replace the person we missed or refill a place, I guess, with it. And that was going to help allow the public works people so they could rotate somebody to get hours, so I think that's to look for something like that, I think would obviously affect our hourly rate and what we budgeted. So I think we really I think in my personal opinion, I think we need to fill the position that we have open right now for the qualifications that has been submitted.
Well, the thing that there is, Ryland, and I hear what you're saying. I think we need to be looking down the road though, for what we're looking at that position. And this last, year, we haven't had anybody go over there, and Peoples hasn't been really open to do work on training and allow people to spend time there. And that's been the problem that there is, so it almost looks like we'd have to come up with somebody who's got a license that would be able to start with that, just as this is coming up 2 years from now.
This discussion, again, I know it's later on the agenda, but bringing it towards, the personnel committee or the newly named committee of making sure that we have a strategy for some of these, I think is going to be important. Then we're just hiring to fill based on need and having that long-term strategy. So we're thinking about what is the need? How do we upskill? How do we get people the training that they need to, so they stay here? And do some of that, like succession planning, I think is gonna be key, as well. I know that doesn't solve this need. But my hope is that could be something that we could work for, to really having a strategy in mind.
So are you kind of saying to set this aside till we work through that other?
I mean, I think if there's a need for spring, and I don't know how long it would take to get someone in, I mean, we're probably close to that, but I think, as we think about bringing someone in and making sure that we have good plans, and we're up training and we're upskilling things, I think that's gonna be the important, and maybe they're there and they're gonna work just fine and we can do that with the right person. But I think we should think about strategic conversations versus just kind of filling the hole.
I think Jason or Kane has proposed his timeline, and it pretty much is predicated by us making the decision tonight. So I don't see like we have time to develop another strategy or another job description that would include something related to a class B or C operator. And that's not really the intent of what Kane is asking here for. So I think we should move on what Kane is proposing with his timeline and the job application to help fill the staff.
I mean, looking at the timeline and Kane did a really good job about putting this down. He's got, like the applicant first day would be March 31st. You know, even if we're put off a month, that would be April, which I think would still fit in if we really wanted to take a look at that strategically with what's going on and see if that would make sense. I think we might have 30 days to play with, so, and then not put anybody behind on what's going on. I think that looking more in depth, like, Marie had said, it makes a whole lot of sense on what we're looking at to fill that position.
Yeah, I would say the timeline itself is, it's pretty aggressive and, you know, we don't have a guarantee we're gonna get applicants right away. We've known that in the past, we had to repost it and just continue the process. So that makes it stretch out even longer, so. Jane, would you have any comments you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, so a couple comments, you know, this is it's approved position for 2025. We're backfilling a position, so it's not a new position. We're not recreating a position. To the strategic plan for hiring someone down the road, to fill that wastewater treatment facility role and the license there, you know, we've got a couple years before we get there. So if we hired a wastewater operator today and they're not allowed to work at the plant because of the current contract, it's not really benefiting us any. I don't think if we hired an A operator or a D or anyone between, I don't think Peoples is gonna allow that partnership to happen, so.
So Peoples is in charge of who we hire.
What's that?
You say Peoples is in charge of who the city hires?
No, it's just they're not allowing us to gain hours at the facility.
They're managing their work. They're not letting them.
They're not letting us.
They don't
Given
want
about
to train us.
trading
about
hours.
it.
Right, so what's gonna happen here at the 3-year mark, you know, 2 years and 3 months from now, right? Hopefully we can hire an A operator and have a public works staff that can rotate out there. But we need to have a built-up staff to allow that.
Well, one of the issues is if they're not gonna let an A operator or a B operator mirror them around the plant out there, they're not gonna let anybody else do it either.
And they haven't
They haven't.
let us
Correct.
do it. So.
Yep, so hopefully when we go to look for that A operator, that signing operator, that will be how we construct that contract, right?
So what will happen is none of the current public works employees will be able to start learning what goes on at the plant until Peoples is gone.
Correct.
Wow. Okay,
That's what this council had decided on though.
well,
We
The
really.
previous
Before I
council,
came here.
the previous council, sorry.
before I get here.
So history kind of repeats itself here, you guys. So we're gonna kind of get ourselves into an eddy here
Mhm.
and just be spinning unless we can just stay on track. So what I've proposed tonight is to get back up to respectable staffing level, right? Like I said, it was approved. It's not a new position. We're backfilling. And the idea to get someone started in March or April, we can get some training done, whether it be, you know, signing in a time card, filling out a timesheet, getting your benefits figured out, getting the lay of the land, figuring out our properties, 22 miles of pipe in the ground, you know, 80 some acres of park to maintain. I mean, it's a lot. So to just have somebody start and say, here you go, I just think we need to get them on board, get them acclimated to our equipment, our processes, and get them trained up and be ready when the parks take off here, which is April into May. So I don't think I'm asking for something out of the ordinary here. I think this is a very doable.
One question,
Yeah,
do we have a no mow May again this year?
no,
Okay. We did last year.
yeah, that was 2 years ago. We did that and that was
It
terrible.
was a mistake, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, I mean, I see what you put in. Like I said, what you put down here, I thought was good. I was just looking down the road and trying to
So I
to be
think,
respectful.
I think too, another point I'd say is that it's gonna take an employee 6 months to a year to get comfortable to be able to take on things. The wells, there's licenses we want them to have. I think 6 to 12 months isn't out of line for getting someone confident and knowledgeable, so. Once again, I think this is a reasonable ask, so please consider it.
A lot of the stuff in here, minimum qualifications, you're already talking, people coming in already pre-licensed before they get here, right?
Hopefully, in the past, we haven't had many candidates. And so we really need to open up, just the time that we're having this opening out there. But hopefully we got people that come in and turn in their application and we can get them interviewed. We'll see.
Okay. Thanks, King.
Yeah,
Why
thanks.
don't you just hang around?
Yeah, okay.
So, if there's no other discussion, call for the vote. All those in favor of the Public Works Assistant posting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approved?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next item is water and sewer. And then we have a proposal for an increase in water and sewer utilities. So, Water and Sewer Committee met and we're recommending a rate of 10% for sewer and water for sewer utilities for 2025. And that will be in part of our fee discussion or fee approval back later in the agenda. So, but I don't know if you want to just give some background on what you come up with. Percent increases for that's in the water and sewer minutes.
Yeah, it is. Jason and I have been working closely on this one. One thing we found out after losing certain city staff, we don't have a very good grip on our water and sewer utilities. We just don't. We haven't really tracked them and analyzed that data. And I think there's improvement there. I could ask any one of you right now, what's in the water fund? And I would get 5 different answers. And I want to go away from that. I want this council, I want this leadership, I want everyone to know what's in these accounts and be honest and open to our residents, right? And have the water and sewer utilities pay for themselves and not be subsidized by the general fund and city tax dollars. So with that, I think it's a little bit of a drastic change, this 10%, but there are reasons behind that. We are within the other surrounding cities. We're in line with their rates. How we have our rates structured, it's pretty standard.
So.
Yeah.
If you were looking through the package, you would have seen what this increase was for sewer and water. It's on page 228. And I can we looked at 10%, we looked at 5, 10, 15, and 20. 3,000 gallons and 5,000 gallons are the two figures we looked at.
Which line are you on here, Island?
I'm sorry?
Which lines are you on here?
No,
Page
I'm not sure.
228, that's
The sewer minutes has got.
Oh.
Page 15, actually.
Yeah, 15 does a good job, Ron.
That-
Page 15 does a pretty good job of explaining what it is on the 10%. On the 3,000 and 5,000. You're looking at those gallons for total sewer and utilities. I will say one thing in our discussion that we had at water and sewer also was we only have basically 9 months of operating data at this point in time. And so we're making our decision off of the 9 months of what we see. And this increase, which is actually, when you look at the dollars and cents, is pretty minimal. It'll give us a year to take a look at that with the 10%. It doesn't mean that every year it's going to be going up by that percentage. We just need to have a little bit more information to be able to make the right proper judgment next year on what makes sense to be able to be at a break-even point, okay, so.
Right, right. 2025 is gonna be a big year for tracking these expenses, you know. Water and sewer has never paid for gas in a pickup or maintenance on a pickup, right? It's been very minimal what those utilities have paid for. So we need to track that better as a city, and not just me, everyone. We need to just be cognizant of our expenses and transparent with our expenses.
We're still short on our hookups, though, right? For the grinders,
Yeah,
patients, some of that stuff yet?
We've got 32 more water connections and 50 sewer connections, so that will help out the budget.
Okay, so far there's no billing on those.
Correct. We've got a couple that will be getting penalized here, but you know, May is essentially the deadline.
Well, just quick reference for everybody that's here that doesn't have that in front of them. A water increase, 10% water for 3,000 gallons is $3 a month. 5,000 gallons is $3.76 a month. For sewer, 3,000 gallons is $3.71 increase. $5,000 is $4.77. So if you get combined sewer and water, 3,000 gallons would be $6.77. 5 gallons is $8.53
Per month.
per month.
Yep.
So one other comment about the way we've been doing business now, we don't really know until the auditors do their reports at the end of the year, which is usually 6 months after we approve the budget. And I maybe have 1 year out of the last 8 years that I've been with it that we saw it, we were above the line. Above the line is what PFA looks at, because public facilities authorities, those are the people we borrowed the money from. So they like to see a balanced budget. Been very accepting of our minus $25,000 deficit. So by following revenue and expenditures this coming year, and with this increase, we're hoping that we'll be able to strike a good balance so we can keep that balance, and with added on people, that's going to help. But we also have chemicals too that go along with that, but we can track those expenses. So it is something different than we've done in the past, but at the same time, I think it's a modest increase that's really going to help us from a strategic standpoint of how we go forward. So
I think we just need to be aware that we do need to build up the reserves in the water fund. You know, we've got 400 water meters that need to get swapped out here in 4 years. So who's gonna pay for that? Is the water utility gonna pay for that? Are the residents, who's gonna, I mean, that's a big number that's coming, and that's something that we know that's coming. What if the well goes down? What if the tower, somebody shoots it? I don't know. I mean, what happens to the emergencies? So I think we need to be better prepared in those utility funds to handle the future.
What's in the reserves fund now, you know?
Good question.
So, and also a part of this one too, Kane, is if you take a look at what our chemical budget right now, we're up at 143% over, which will help justify why we need to have that increase. And also, which is a total 119% total from what we had budgeted. So those are also costs that are going up that needed to be addressed in that 10% increase.
okay, good discussion. We'll circle back to it later.
Yeah, so that's what you're gonna vote on tonight with the fee schedule amendment, I take it.
Are those numbers in the fee schedule?
Yes.
Yeah.
Joe, we had just a quick update about a work session. For reviewing costs.
Yeah, that was just something that we talked about in December. We were gonna do it in January, but the agenda's kind of jam-packed. So we decided we wouldn't do it tonight, but maybe at a work session at some time in the future. If the council wants to pick a date, I'd be happy to work towards that. So up to you guys, but
I think we'd like to do it as soon as we can. I think that today is pretty busy on
there's
what's
plenty going on here today.
I think taking a look, and especially as swamped as Jason's been too, so.
Right.
But I would like to do that as soon as we can, I think it'd be good, so.
Yeah, and having it in a work session setting would be good, but you guys gotta pick a date if you wanna do that now or whenever. Okay,
Next item was an update, the water and sewer minutes from consent agenda, along with the people service operating and maintenance report.
Ryland, if you,
Yes.
I might just give the council a real brief update. That People's Service Operation Maintenance Report, operations report is in the packet. There are some interesting things in that report. There has been some operation issues out there. First, there was a 2-month period where the phosphorus limit wasn't being met, and the operator did find the issue with that, and has corrected that. Most recently with the cold weather, there has been some issues meeting the nitrogen limit. And Stantec has been asked to help with this as of early January, as well as Xylem. So we've been kind of giving some feedback, mostly Xylem. Xylem is the SBR manufacturer, and providing some feedback on how better to operate the system to be able to meet the limits. And so one of the things that might be coming here is doing some reseeding of the bacteria at the plant to get more bacteria with the cold weather. Bacteria is not growing as fast as it should be. And that's one of the reasons that they're having trouble meeting the nitrogen limit. So if you want more information, as we get it, we can share that. But I wanted to let you know that there are some, issues or reasons for concern, or people should be aware of it. Like I said, we were just kind of made aware of it over here over the last month. We've met with the operator, we've met with the PCA, and met with Xylem. Looks like it's an operational issue, but we'll have to continue to work through that.
Do we have a place to get more seed material?
That information I just found out today that it was one of the things that Xylem is recommending. And so I did talk to Herb, the operator, and he's reaching out to a few different places, but the primary place would be the city of Rochester. They provided the seed initially. So just kind of want you guys to know there's some challenges there that need to be.
I think you were stating too in the water and sewer meeting that it was temperature related with a lot of that stuff too, or?
Well, temperature makes it tougher. You have to change how you operate the facility. And so you just can't go, continue.
Because the water temperature
Right.
itself was much cooler than what normal.
And the
is.
biological processes slow down with the cold water. And so you need to modify how you operate the facility and the different cycle times that they can run and different ways they can.
You'd think them little bugs that eat more in winter time stay warm.
It's the opposite. So anyway, just want you to know, we're trying to work through that with the operator, but there's some challenges there.
What are the acceptable limits for like your nitrogen and your phosphorus? I see your graphs, but there's no like. cutoffs.
They are, the limits are kind of on the back page, but I would agree it's difficult to read. The nitrogen limit's 10 milligrams per liter and the phosphorus limit is 0.4 milligrams per liter, but there are also mass limits. The information's there. Is it difficult to read? Yeah, I think it is. It's difficult for me to read, so.
We were asking for them to put the total nitrogen on the chart as well.
We just did that as well. So we're trying to get it improved a little bit.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
You're saying the nitrogen should be at 5 or something.
It should be below 10. That is the target. And so if you kind of look back at the past, there's times they met it, there's times they haven't. And of course, we need to meet it.
Oh, remember, we're at 10 or slightly less. Yes.
More than often they're not meeting it.
And certainly there is a learning curve with the new facility and new operators.
Unfortunately, that testing equipment we just purchased.
Is helping,
It's making
yeah.
us, making it react sooner to it.
That was a good investment and I think the operator appreciates it from all the feedback I've gotten.
So for Marie and Daniel's benefit, the first 3 months, PCA gave us, or MPC gave us 90 days
Okay,
to get down to the 10 limit, so that was
sure.
different.
Okay.
Working with the
There's just a
chemicals.
bunch of hookups between August and September, and so whole bunch of extra waste going into the plant?
There is extra flow kind of metering up all the time. But that really shouldn't affect your limit. There's more than enough capacity there for flow. It's just,
Biological has to catch up to it, I guess.
well, but you've got to kind of plan for it, right? And so,
Do they get real-time alerts? So like when something is, like if they're testing today and they see that it's over 10 and then
The
act on
testing
it, or they do it just once a month?
no, the testing equipment that they have allows them to essentially tell where they're at
Okay.
at that given point. But they do send out samples for certified test results on a monthly basis, and that's what they report.
Thank you, Joe.
Yep.
And there's some more details on page 22 if you really want to get into some details that are on there. That kind of.
That's where I made my notes.
Yeah.
Okay, next item was an ad by Jim regarding a drinking water report.
Yeah, I just, I got this and, thank you, Kane, for the good job that you've been doing on the drinking water that there is, because there was an article, I guess, that the city of Orinoco is being recognized for its efforts to protect its drinking water. Recently, the city became a finalist for the 2024 Dave Neiman Source Water Protection Award. So, have we heard anything more on that, or?
We're just finalists, that's it.
But it's pretty good to be finalists. I think that's awesome. And so, congratulations on that, Kane.
Planning and zoning is next. Okay, we have an update on the steering committee.
We've got a meeting coming up, the first part of, Kathy, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so for planning and zoning for WSB with our steering committee, we have done a series of half an hour work sessions working to get through codes. So we are, again, rewriting all of the zoning code is what we've been looking at, working on. We are through a big chunk of it. We're on the end stretch of getting the draft ready so that it can go to the public for public hearing, for council to take a look at that. And so we are having another steering committee session. February 5th now is the date. We're gonna make this a longer one. We're still gonna do it in half-hour chunks, but just try to knock out a bunch more of it so that we can get it out to everybody, because we do want to have the public have at least a good month, 2 months, 60 days, 90 days to look at this, get this through council. But the end goal is to have a city code for all of the zoning. So the top 10 things that folks want to have done can just be a quick, easy call to City Hall to the zoning administrator, and I want to add a garage, or I need to do a driveway, or I just want to re-roof my house. So the top 10 things that people want to do, whatever it might be, should be fairly easy for normal citizens to figure out and talk to city. And we should, 95% of the time, the code should be able to answer all this. The 5% of the time is when it would show up at planning and zoning or a city council, or have to go out for additional information. I mean, that's the end goal. But with that, February 5th, we're looking 12:30 to 4, hoping to get through a big chunk more. After that, we'll decide if we need to do another workshop or a couple more half-an-hour sessions. But with that, we've got the zoning side looked at, the engineering firm, they have engineering services. One thing you may want to think about is when we go through and rewrite all this code, it's probably just in good practice to maybe have an attorney take a look at that, just to make sure that we're covering ourselves on the legal side. Everything should be good, but it never hurts to have that extra set of eyes there just to help protect the city on that side of it. I do know that we've got our attorney here for the city, but I know there's a lot of stuff going on as well. League of Minnesota Cities also offers some of that same kind of service. So that could be something that we may reach out to them to see as well. So either way, it's going to be some billable hours, I'm sure. But if we can get somebody who specializes in that, maybe it may save a few hours down the road. Beyond that, I do know we have that meeting that got scheduled. We do have a couple openings that I'd asked to have that put on the website.
And we still need to get that put out there on the website. So we have one person that's gonna be resigning. We have another opening. So we do need to get something posted there, but I don't have control of the website to be able to do that. So. And I know I had emailed on that back in December, but we still need to get that out there.
So just one question about the steering committee. You're still looking for a March, April completion of the whole code?
March, April, we should have our draft done. Then at that point, it has to go through council. So however long it's gonna take that process to get through you guys. But we will have the draft done, I'm hoping by April.
Okay.
Yep. But we've got a lot of community members that are actually on the steering committee that are not on planning and zoning, not necessarily. We just tried to have a broad view of different age ranges, different occupations, some working, some not working, just different, a good broad section of our community to represent the citizens, so. Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, next item is a resolution for a variance lot split at 51 Minnesota Avenue, Southwest Orinoco.
Make a motion to approve it.
I have Paul, approve it.
Second that.
This is a resolution for lot split variances to lot width and lot area at 51 Minnesota Avenue South with proposed conditions and findings. Bill had a report. It's on page 23. Recommendations. Get a chance to read through it.
I'm finding the back for approval, and then thanks, Phil, for being was on page 32. So summary. So you want to go through it?
Mr. Mayor and Council, the request is pretty straightforward. It's a lot split. As you can see from the diagrams in the report, this was two lots at one time. They were going the other way, and now he's asking for a 90-degree lot split. Also, as you can see, it's very similar to the lot sizes in that part of downtown Orinoco. So it's very much in keeping with the character of the area. And so with that, the request, I believe, is straightforward and reasonable. The Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval of this. And as noted, the resolution in your packet 2025-03 would approve this lot split and the variance. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Further questions? None? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Kind of a roll call, isn't it?
Is it voice vote? Roll call.
33.
Does that immediately get zoned to?
Yeah, because it's historic business.
Page
33, 33. Oh, well, 33 is the.
33 is the vote.
We'll do the roll call vote.
I will say that it was brought to my attention, I have the wrong date on that resolution. It'll get fixed for the final, for the signature. It's got 2024 in the top adopted. I didn't get the year corrected, but we'll get that fixed before it gets signed, so. All right, roll call, Mayor, of course.
Aye.
Councilor Phillips.
Aye.
Councilor Pendergrass.
Aye.
Councilor Spring.
Aye.
Councilor Reisdorfer.
Aye.
The next item is fire department. We have several action items of expenditures, planning, training, so first one is moved to a motion to approve training expenses for Caleb and Johan. $502 for attending the state fire marshal's class, January 25th, 26th in Mankato. Make a motion, we approve that.
I second that.
Comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Approved. Next item is a motion to approve training for Dan and Johan in the amount of $760 for attending a Minnesota State Fire Marshal class February 7th and 8th in Virginia, Minnesota. Can I make a motion we approve that?
Second.
Comments? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Approved. Next item is a budget item for purchasing 6 pagers, 3 for the fire department, 3 for the first responders for $6,009. This is part of the 2025 budget expense.
Make a motion to approve.
Marie?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions?
I'll just say real quick, again, I fat fingered the numbers. The individual price for these is $1,001.50. Not $1,150. So that'll be corrected, but the overall price should still be the same for this $6,009.
No questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Next item is for ordering 6 radios. 3 for the fire department, 3 for fire responders for $28,008.72. And a budget expense covering that, so.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Second Bree. Seeing no questions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Approved.
Mayor? The video, the Zoom video is not working. We can't see the council. There we go. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next item is a turnout gear for a new fire department. Matt Arnold for $2,920.25, which is budget expense.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's approved. Please approve a new applicant, Nick Timmerman. So this is for the fire department, yes. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Monthly minutes are in the council consent agenda. And you had to add, Jim?
Yeah, at number 9, we've got, have, been granted if we turn around and complete our application of $40,000 that's gonna be coming from a grant. So I know that Jason's working on that too, that we need to get that filled out. Get our $40,000.
Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of time there, but yes. Right, next, fire relief. Discussion.
And number 10.
It is for Zoom too.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, yes,
engine
I'm
two.
sorry.
Johan, you want to talk about engine 2?
Sure. Real quick, if I can go back to number 9, with the $40,000 grant, the state put out $4 million there to help departments replace aging radios. It's called the Armor grant because that's the system that we're on, is the Armor system, 900 megahertz. So there was $4 million in the bucket. They were trying to have it span over 2 years. It got chewed up in 1 year. There were like 10,000 people that went for this grant and only a couple hundred got it. You're one of those. So the fire department has done our part in writing the grant, now is the grant, the armor system grant, people from the state came back and said, do you still want this grant? And we said, yes. What do we have to do? And it's, the city has to log into the Minnesota State Grant application website and put our information. So that's what we're waiting for. And then the funds will be released to us and we can purchase radios. So sooner than later.
That's my understanding, and I know it's on Jason's list to do, so.
Okay. Great, very good. Just want to make sure on that.
You want to talk about engine 2?
So old engine 2, the one that's sitting out by the city shop right now. We were approached by a citizen if and he would like to purchase it from us, then donate that to some of the areas hit by the hurricane down in North Carolina in that area, because they don't have any trucks. So he would purchase it from us and then in turn donate it down there. So when we put it out to auction, we were hoping for $10,000. But he made the offer of $5,000. So we put it to the city property. It's to you guys if you want to accept that.
Is there any wiggle room? I mean, 5,000 seems like,
It's low. It really is. You know, it's such a nice.
I mean, I know he's trying to do the right thing, but I mean, half seems like we could have a little more negotiation on that.
We can ask. What number would please you guys? What are you guys looking for? Obviously 10,000.
Well, maybe split the difference, and if you give it, 75, but, we love 10, but if maybe we can get 7,500.
10's awfully low.
I know it is, but we've tried and we haven't been able to get rid of it.
What would you do with that money? You got 5,
City's money.
It's the city's money.
but wouldn't it go to fire? I mean, because it's engine?
It's ours.
Okay.
Johan, what steps have you guys taken to actively try and sell that thing?
A couple different auction houses, and I think we had it online too, as well, and
I suggested last month, we figure out a way to get it on public surplus, but Jason's been busy, so I didn't want to disturb him and set up time to come up here and take time to sign up to a website. The city can set up an account that can we put on an auction across the country. It's called publicsurplus.com.
we're up for whatever.
And it covers 50 states. But I think we
That's
have to
when
have,
you guys can set up that account, and as long as they're okay with it, I'm okay with setting that up and getting that going, because you guys are running you've been posting all the other stuff, so.
Sure.
We'll give that a try first before,
Yeah.
and then that way this is a nice thought, but if we could get 10, it would be.
well, thing of it is, it gets that site set up. And I know the fire department is crowded for space. If there's equipment that you have in the way over there, that could be auctioned off too, but we should probably know that first before anything else goes up there.
We can do that. We can set up the account. I'll ping Jason for any
Okay.
information that. we need from the city.
Publicsurplus.com. I'll get a hold of you, Johan. I have her information at home, who I talked to. And the day that she called me, Jason was busy doing his, trying to get payroll and stuff done, so. Okay, I'll get it to you. Okay, I'll get it to
And
Jim. He
maybe-
knows where you live.
Maybe you just mention that to the gentleman. Maybe he'll reconsider his offer too, if we're gonna continue to look.
Sure, we can do that.
Or he may want to buy it off the line.
Buy it online too.
Buy it off. He may want to buy it off the market.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
I just think we can get better than that.
Next item is a fire relief discussion. At our December meeting, and I think some of November meeting too, we talked about conducting a forensic audit, I'm sorry. In your packet is a couple items for a couple estimates. 2 companies.
Yeah, you had, the one you started out with was the ABDO. Okay, and Daniel, you had asked for another one. And so I went and researched another one to be able to put up there, which is Eddie Bailey. Looking at that just as an overall between the two, they're basically the same price. You know, on what there is and what they're gonna do. So, you've got the documentation that's there. There was a range, you know, from 5 to 15. The budget we had was a max of 15, and so the other one was 8 to 12, so 8,000, 12,000, so. You know, for the Eddie. And so they've been given the information, taking a look at it, so they feel that this quote should be pretty good for what they want to look at.
Is one of these more comprehensive than the other, or, I mean,
I don't have a lot of experience with either one. I've never done this before. Both of them have been very open and had Zoom meetings and talked pretty in depth. They were both given exactly the same information that there was that I had. I'm open to suggestions either way. The response that I've seen, you know, honestly, as Eddie Bailey's been pretty good at coming back with, you know, some good stuff and staying in touch. They asked again if they could, you know, give any more information. So I'm open to discussion or open it up that way to what your thoughts are.
reading through these, is Eddie Bailey one, looks like it's pretty in-depth what they do, so I guess I think maybe that's one we should kind of lean towards, but the other one's pretty vague as to any details.
Well, I
They
mean,
kind of a la carte it again. I think they can customize of what they find and start to look further and or stop when there's nothing. So I think that kind of gives us the flexibility of being able to call it when we want and or continue if there needs to be kind of conversations, which I think from a two company perspective, I read through both of them. I think that Eddie Bailey one seems like that would be a two-way conversation versus you get what you get from the other one. That would just be my perception based on the proposals in the packet.
So you're thinking of which one?
Eddie Bailey.
Eddie Bailey.
Okay. It's kind of what I thought when I read through the two of them, so they're spelling it out what you get.
I looked at both of them as well. There's quite a contrast and like you said, the ABDO is pretty 20,000 foot level. Here's our price range. The Eddie Bailey is a little more detailed. Kind of alarming that their range is 5 to 5,000 to 12,000 and at $250 minimum to $450 an hour. Many of those numbers kind of put everything in perspective of what we're trying to accomplish here with the audit. I'm still of the opinion, I mentioned it before, of hiring our current Smith and Schaefer auditor. They're an independent company, just like these two companies are. And I think we could save some city and the residents could save some tax money for a couple reasons. One, Smith and Schaefer, because they do our audit, I don't think they go into the detail that we're looking for here, but they are familiar with our accounting departments. A lot of this is in the 425 account and it's revenue, expenditures. There's another account, I think, my understanding is that the funds come into a 425 and they're dealt out to the different other accounts, whether it's receiving or revenue or expenditure. So to me, there's some benefit, I think, of looking at our current auditor and having them do it. One could say, well, they're too close to us. Well, that's the independent that they strive to maintain, is that they're independent of what the job they're working on for. I think there's some really benefit for looking at somebody that's familiar with our accounting system versus Adobe or Eddie Bailey coming in and having to spend time with them. Okay, this is our account here, and they're starting from scratch. They're walking in cold, and It's asking a lot of questions and taking Jason's time and city staff time, whenever we do it.
Who would be involved with any of these? Like, it would be Jason, I would imagine there's gonna be a significant need for members of the fire department to be available as well, to provide documents and.
Yeah, we've been able to, there's some more documents that are available, but it's just how much do you want to put into the packet of what goes on. Honestly, I think that somebody that comes in from the outside is actually better when you're looking at doing a forensic audit, because they're gonna be coming in and looking all kinds of different ways where somebody right now that knows the stuff might miss stuff without having, just a clean slate and clean eyes will come up with what there is. So both of these are well within what we had put into the city budget for doing that. So I think that the Eddie Bailey makes a lot more sense. So that would be what I would put up for a motion to approve them.
Well, I understand what Riley is saying about having Smith and Schaefer come and do it again, but it's kind of like them auditing their own numbers, kind of like, it's just like turning their editing machine on, and going over them again, so it's kind of like.
I think what an independent auditor would give us is maybe opportunities to safeguard our financial investments and how we're doing things. So not just did something happen, it's here's some opportunities for us to think about. So more on the process as well, where I don't know with our annual audits and our monthly audits, I don't think they're looking at like the whole process. They're looking at, did our checkbook balance? Yes or no? And I think that they would give us some opportunities to think about how we think about our budget and how do we track it and how do we earmark things and how do we do that, which again, I think from a community perspective, there's been lots of comments about transparency on our funds and our budgets. And I think this could help give us maybe an outside lens of what we should be doing and how we could do it from a process, not just where did the fire funds go? I think that's where that independent kind of review might give us some opportunities to think differently about our finances as well.
I agree. I think that's a big point in what we're trying to do. To just take a look, so.
When our auditors, when Smith and Schaefer do come to us, they will, like you said, they'll check our balances. They will pick and choose certain invoices. They don't go line by line through anything.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. They can take forever. But it's just a snapshot of the different departments, different invoices and the balances. They also look at our bond funds and our, make sure we're making the payments. Same thing for our water utilities. They look at all the depreciation of all the equipment.
And again,
So
I'm not gonna, making any recommendations to change who our current auditor is for the city off of that. But for this in particular, I think it's better to go outside, so I'm not asking to change those parts around. I think this is the right way to do it. And this is why we looked at it by going in this direction as an independent. So I'll make a motion that we approve Eddie Bailey for doing the audit.
there's a second.
I'll second it.
Great.
Yep.
That would be good.
Well, they'll start whenever we have to do a down payment, I believe is what there is for, Freddie Bailey, which is the $88,000 or 80, I don't know, 82 or whatever. But the minute we do that and we get it organized, they're ready to start. So I don't have a date on that one, Daniel, to be honest with you. Okay, depending on.
I think we should, though, if we can manage that timeline. I think the more that we align it to when Jason has a few staff to help so he can upload that, because I would hate for us to have Eddie Bailey ready and keep pinging us and charging us for that when Jason doesn't have capacity. So we might want to think of timelines on when we should start that, just so you can have some breathing room.
Yeah, because I've already got 2 software companies we're trying to integrate new programs with. That's eating up time on top of the other roles that I'm doing. So yeah, that's just gonna add into,
I think that'll be fine. Well, we can start that one. That looks like the timing's right.
Well, I recognize the need to do it, and I have not talked to Smith Schaefer. Maybe they can do it. I wasn't gonna take the initiative to talk to Smith and Schaefer unless the council decided we should have to, but are interested in knowing what they can do, but I would say it would be to me, it'd be a worthwhile conversation with them to see what they could do.
I think that still independent would be the right way to do this one, Ryland. Instead of
They are
having,
an independent.
well, no, they're our current.
they're still an independent because they're not.
Does that in their audit, in our audits? They have to be an independent by the state.
I think they're independent, but they're auditing their work.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what I'm
They're
independent.
Check my work, right?
Yeah, no, I
That they would do that. I think that's where getting a different perspective.
think the perspective would be really good for us as a city to have somebody take a look at it that way,
I
so.
think by them getting called back, they would probably pay closer attention to it. I still think.
But that's, I'm saying we did something
second set of
wrong, and
eyes is
yeah,
what
yeah, I think
should be
a
done.
fresh set of eyes is what you want to have for this, so.
I think we need to keep in mind, I mean, it's my opinion, I could be wrong, but I think this whole issue is being predicated by bad rumors.
Well,
I feel like there's a concern about the pull tab donations, and rightfully so. I mean, it's for many years, from 2013 through 2021. I think, it was going to park dedication, as in January, February of 2022, we made a motion to put all the 10% funds back into the fire department. And you see that in your packet in 2022, 23. All of those, I think are good figures. I think that's where it's at. But the part, went into the account of that 425 as revenue, both had for the revenue, and over in the same account as expenditures. And so that full tab donation money went toward expenditures.
Well,
And we've talked about in the budget meeting in July that we're $60,000-$70,000 over budget, not over budget, additional spending to outfit the fire truck. So full tab donations went towards expenditures.
Well, again, this is, there's rumors, Ryland, and I've heard them for the last years that I've been involved with the fire department. We've got it in the city budget, and if everything is perfect, great. I have no problems with that whatsoever. But I think that this is one way for us to put the question to bed and have somebody go in and take a look at this. And fresh eyes are the right way to do it. So again, if there's any more discussion, I'd like to put it up for a vote. We've already got a second on this one, so I'd like to put it to a vote.
Need a
Well, we
timeline.
already approved it.
Yeah, but did the vote, so, we'll figure the timeline. Okay, I made the motion in a second to do that.
You made a motion in a second, but we
I'm sorry.
we want to leave a timeline off of this motion?
Yeah, leave a timeline off because we don't know what Jason's got on how it's gonna fit with other people that are coming in or when we've got that, but we'll put it down as soon as possible, okay? As a timeline.
Well, all I say is I won't support the vote because I feel like there's a better way to do it and for less cost for our residents.
The vote will come out, so.
The discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye. Aye. True. All right, minutes of the consent agenda. First responders, the consent agenda. EDA development, there's a report in page 70 to 76. There is a copy of a branding RFP for branding that will go out February to various companies. I think that's another important aspect of what EDA is bringing to the city.
On that one for the community branding, have we reached out to any local universities to see if that work would align to any curriculum to get free marketing,
I,
student work?
I'm not aware of anything. I know in the past, we've worked with the University of Minnesota Extension with grant money. It wasn't, we had to fund it too, but I know we're going through, there's multiple companies we're looking at for bids. We've got a kind of an approximate bid of 4,000.
Ryland?
Yes.
Remember Alyssa with Gold Rush? She's one that did all of the accounting for Gold Rush. Check with her because there was a study that the, I don't remember what school did it. They come and did a study with Gold Rush years ago. And check with her and see what, you remember that? This was quite a while back. Man, I don't know if you're in city council yet, or maybe you weren't even here.
I don't remember that.
It's been quite a while back, but maybe check with her and see if, because she's, was involved with a college study. Alyssa Simmons.
Griggs.
No, Alyssa Simmons. She's the one, she was the one that did the tax work for Gold Rush. She was did the financials for Gold Rush.
No, budget is tight, and if we're really trying to rebrand Orinoco, I mean, getting young eyes on it and doing it as a class project and being able to do that, I mean, it's free work, if you will, but it also gives us a different view on how we think about branding Orinoco from a marketing perspective. I mean, I'm happy to ask. I mean, I think the RFP could go out, but I do think that there's probably a possibility to even get someone local to maybe help with this too.
You know, on doing this on the branding, I can look, Gold Rush has been a part of the city for how many years now? Going on 52 years? I mean, you mentioned Orinoco anywhere in Minnesota, and the first thing that comes back is Gold Rush. We're one of probably the only community in Minnesota that's had a gold rush, that they actually found gold here. You know, I'm just wondering, is there a reason to rebrand? And I'm thinking that that's really a pretty good brand. It's something that's so unique to the city itself, you know, so that's where I question if we wanna do that, to change that. I think it's a wonderful thing to have, you know, the way it is. I mean,
If I can speak on that a little bit, a lot of it starts with Gold Rush is now its own separate entity LLC, so there's copyright infringements. We need to make sure that we're staying away from that. Not that we can't work with that and see what we can do with that, but that also means color schemes. Branding is, you know, a cumulative amount of things. So color schemes, logos, you know, wording, fonts, all that kind of stuff falls into branding.
you know,
And so we have the grant, I think it was $6,000 to go towards this branding, which is why we're putting out the RFP. I think it's a great idea to reach out to universities. That's something you can reach out to Rebecca and see. I don't know what she's done with that, but that's part of the rebranding, is to make sure that, you know, we can get set in what we are, because with Gold Rush becoming a separate entity, we need to make sure that we are, you know, falling in line with everything that I just said there, to make sure that we're not overstepping their bounds while still absolutely including them, because they are what we are as well.
I think we just heard in the public forum, right? Like the budget is a hard cut for them. And if we can save that money and use it for something else while getting that done with, you know, a community, university and or students, I mean, that might help. I mean, we could get a lot of different options and we could pick. And I mean, I think it could be a unique opportunity for us to think about how do we pull our community students in to really think about Orinoco and how do we align to our vision and our mission for our city. I think that might be a good opportunity, but I don't know what that would look like.
Well, the EDA spent a good portion of the year, last several months at least, talking about this, and we have Rebecca from the CETA representative. She brings that information and background to us, and she's been involved with other branding programs in other cities. And you know, well, the EDA thinks this is the right thing to do. It's all part of our movement forward. with the branding. And we feel like it's the time to do it, and the EDA feels it's worthy of a call. I think we've spent a lot of time looking at it, and maybe the quotes won't come back in our favor, and we could consider doing something different too. But I think we should honor the EDA request because of the work they put into it, what they bring to us, what Rebecca brings to us with the CETA experience, and I think that would be a good thing for the council to approve. So that's just an update. There's no, see what folks come back to us for review, so.
They'll be coming back in what, February 18th, it's after the deadline.
Sometime this spring.
In the meantime, is it appropriate to ask some questions about getting universities?
I would,
I mean, it can go out. I mean, it's not gonna deter anything, but I'm just wondering, like, if we want to get this going, it might be another good opportunity to think about how do we pull in local schools to help with that. I mean, even down to high school, I know they have a lot of more business related classes too.
if you want to send an email to Rebecca.
Yep, I can do that.
Fine. First quarter bill came in for the CETA contract of 2 days a month.
I make a motion to approve it.
I second that.
We need to.
No, this is just an update for you.
No action item.
Okay.
I just want to show you this bill came in, the contract, the annual amounts there, quarterly ones, when I get it in, it'll come through on the stuff when I write the check for it there.
Parks and Trails. And the EDA minutes are in the packet for you. Next item is J, City Administrator. First is update is obviously it's end of year stuff, a lot going on. Trying to get everything worked out.
Yeah. So you'll see kind of with that too, there was for the consent agenda, the check register stuff was given to you guys today. That was not in the packet, that's one of the last things I had to finally get through today. There have been a lot of questions that ate up most of my day about the billing. I think we've figured out the utility billing stuff and explained to many citizens what happened and what's going on. Simply, there was a function in the system that was supposed to go in and say, hey, anybody who's doing auto pay, please pull from their account and put into our account. Missed that step in the process, so it didn't pull their auto pay for December, which is the November bill. So it got put onto their next bill, which is, everybody was confused as to what was going on, and there was some confusion, but got it figured out. The auto pay will be set up, and it will take both the bills at the same time in January.
Again, let me just make a comment. Mine was off too, and I know it was. I don't do auto pay on that either. So it might also get involved with some other stuff.
The other side of that is, we read them late, as was explained as well. We read them on I believe it was the 10th. So there's an extra 2 weeks or so. So it's larger because it's not just a month, it's like the month and a half. And we're going to be reading them at the end of the month again. So the next one will be smaller in the usage amount. So they'll kind of even out, or they should even out over that time frame. But everything was read correctly through our system, just as it always has been. Kane was with me working through that portion of it. And we didn't have any issues with the readings themselves.
So those are all read through the smart meters, right?
Yeah.
It just comes back to the city when you hit the trigger.
Or Kane drives around depending on which system they're on. But yeah, it'll all come back into get read electronically and come back into the system.
So there's no past due that's gonna be associated with that?
Only past due ones are the ones of the auto draft issue.
Okay.
So everybody else shouldn't have any past due. I've also told people if there's any fees that got put on there, we're not charging fees for past due or anything like that. Like this is on us. We're trying to get this caught up and get worked through, and we'll get back on our normal schedule here as soon as we figure everything out. So
any late fees will be removed.
yeah, I told everybody who's come through, I'm like, if you do have any late fees, there shouldn't be, please let us know, bring in your bill, we'll document it and we'll get it fixed. I haven't heard of any late fees being on there. People ask and they'll show me. and there's nothing actually on there.
I've seen a couple that have like the past balance and then there's another $5 late fee added on.
Now, there are some who have late fees from
Okay.
previous bills.
Okay.
And those ones are still on there. Those continue to ride through month after month, if they haven't paid it. So there, like I said, there are some like that, but all the ones that I've had, there are not any, shouldn't be any fees on them. But like I said, if there's a concern or issue, come in, show us, and we'll work through it. So. And then I guess the second one on here, an update, I threw in the proposed new employee policy manual. That's a lot of pages of this that are in here for review, just to start reviewing it, go through it. And be prepared for February.
So we're gonna discuss that in February then.
For approval in February. So if there's some stuff, and this will come up, I'm sure, with the committee, we'll kind of talk a little bit about more of that new business stuff. We can kind of go off of that.
Can this be turned into a Google Doc, like a living form to?
I'm sure it can.
Okay.
The current was a big document.
You say,
It's a word now.
We did updates.
Jason, you say you redid this. But this is July 11th is the printing of this. Is this,
Yeah, so it's one I've had. There's been a few things that I've been working on since then, but July 11th was the last revision work that I had done with the attorneys, HR attorneys. And they're the ones who kind of help propose, put it all together in the Word document and do all that. And then since then, it's just been.
I guess I've never seen the personnel policy before, so I was kind of curious what some of the changes actually were in it.
There's a lot. I can send you the marked up copy.
Got the markup copy.
I'm sure it's marked up, there's no doubt, but you know,
Did all the work on it,
it
yeah.
probably wouldn't hurt to know what the changes are.
I think for a later action that we're talking about with the employee relations committee, I think that would be a key for them of not just job descriptions, but also looking at that policy. And I think for all policies, we should work on putting an appendix on the end so we can note when we're changing and what was changed. So we have that historic knowledge that we're keeping track of them. Kind of in a grid at the bottom, just so we can have that. I think that's best
Why don't
practice.
you take it to the, being it's a personnel policy that anybody's hired or handed a copy of it. I would expect don't know if that's the case.
Oh, yeah, they would get one. It's just our policy is so out of date, everything that needed a complete rewrite and complete revision. It just was out of date. And so that's why we have this complete revision that was done on this, an update. So.
You did this when you had more help.
Well, most of it was using LMC too, I think, more of
Some of it, but not
all of
all of it. It was, tailored towards us and written towards us as a city, not just based off the LMC model. So.
That's February.
Back in February. Right, next item is, new business. And the first discussion was, from Councilman Pendergrass.
Well, I think the city ought to really consider putting the River Park drain field up for sale. I think we should, someone get an estimate or an appraisal on it. I know with the code being rewritten by WSB, they're changing the lot sizes down and by the time anything gets put in place, even put it up for sale, maybe the codes will be ready by that time to verify the lot sizes and I think that it'll fall together in the same timeline. The city needs to require about 10 homes a year to maintain our growth in this water and sewer structure. So I have a feeling that probably falls in line with a good help to that.
Yeah, I know a lot of residents in River Park are interested in what's going to happen to as well.
Yeah.
So I think.
And I think to keep it as closely related to the rest of the neighborhood is very important,
Will we have a covenants that would dictate lot size as well.
Are there covenants down there? I don't believe there is.
There is.
I thought there wasn't, I didn't think
Like
there
codes.
was. There's no homeowners association.
No homeowners association, but there is a covenant that's still active.
The covenants cover what though?
Cover the drain field
Minimum
though?
square footage?
It would be minimum square footage of a home, minimum square footage of a lot. There's a
Setbacks are a
handful,
little bit
setbacks are in there. There's a handful of different things. It handles the riverfront as well.
Well, that's a good place for this discussion then, because that's gonna regulate the lot sizes required to
Yeah,
for that subdivision alone.
This is just historical, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is because the drain field was decommissioned using state funds, that the city wasn't allowed to profit off of the sale of that property.
Well, there's, the city owned the, the city owned the land, but not the sewer system.
Does the city have the deed to it?
So that would be true for like the land area that the lift station is on, but when we went through the real property declaration process, we were able to exempt the larger drain field because it is developable, and the abandonment of the facilities, that cost is very small. And so, yes, that is not true for the larger area. For the portion of the property that, is in and around the drain or the big lift station, that is true.
Okay. What cost would fall on the city to prepare those lots for residential sale?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily have to fall to the city, but whomever developed it. Now, the lots have access to sewer and water, but they don't have individual services running from the street to that. So that would be one consideration. And then,
It's not plotted.
it is not platted. Yeah, so they'd have to go through a process just like anybody else and look at, zoning and then go and plat it through a preliminary and final platting process and figure out how to service those areas and how the driveways can be configured and those types of things. And if there's any drainage issues, stormwater management comes to mind as potentially an issue that would have to be looked at. There are some things that would have to be looked at and steps to be taken, but it's totally within reason to think that, you could develop quite a few lots there. That would be pretty valuable.
How much extra excavation would?
That would be all with the developer,
That would
whatever
all
they
be
would
on that
do. Yeah, it wouldn't be with the
Sites
city.
are
Other than actual plotting it and stubbing in the sewer lines, there'd be nothing that.
I mean, the streets are there, which is great, because you're not gonna put a street in the middle of it. You'd be doing it, and especially you'd want to have it to look very close to what you've got right now for the housing, to have it fit in, and make sense, but it would be prime, and I think you'd find that people would, or a developer, would be interested in doing that since the street's already in there and that, so it makes sense.
I thought we needed to have a discussion to be talked about.
So I think it'd be a good discussion to have, but I think it's, if we could kind of predicate it with the new P and Z codes coming out.
Sure.
Sometime after that code is established, we could come back and take a look at this
Right.
and find out if there's any legal aspects of it as well, selling the property so I think it's a good topic. I think it'd be a great topic for March, April, May, something like that. Where we have the codes in front of us and kind of give us a better idea. So, and I think we also may want to have a public information meeting to get feedback from you as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's good too.
Schedule that later on too, so.
I think we should think about our strategy for the decommissioned drain fields. That this one is not the only one. What is our stance on that? And how do we think about them as a collective as well? I think that is something that we may want to think about as a city, because this isn't the only decommissioned drain field.
Well, yeah.
Big drain fields over there.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll bring that back. We'll keep it on the.
I think that drain field's got a different layout of it where
Yeah, it's
it
hard to get
isn't,
back
isn't
in
quite
there.
as accessible as this one is.
This is pretty much a square 9 acres, so.
I mean,
That's
it's
what 9
great, the way
acres
it's
is.
laid out,
Approximately, I
perfect,
think,
yeah,
yeah.
and some nice neighborhoods that are around there, so I mean, that's.
Okay, next item is our Gold Rush discussion. And with that, we have, Mike, if you want to go first.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Sorry.
Can people hear me?
Hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear? Okay. So I apologize. I'm a bit under the weather today, which is why I didn't come in person to the meeting. But so I have quite a bit to say. I'll just say that Joe and I are going to kind of split up reviewing this issue with you, and he's going to talk more about the developer's demands in terms of the development agreement, what those demands mean for you, money wise and just public policy wise and logic. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the legality of or the illegality of what they're asking you to do tonight. And I'll start by saying you should not make any promises, verbal or otherwise, regarding this development tonight. That would be not in your best interest for a number of reasons, and I'm going to get into that. But the first thing I want to do is direct you to go into your packets to page 197, or excuse me, 179 of 236. And if you flip to that page, I could share my screen, but I think people can just probably flip to it. Is everybody at that page?
Yeah. You'd want to share it for the audience.
Can I share it, Jason, or is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm doing it here. I got to send you a request. Just give me a second here.
Pages of the-
179.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can do it here. Yep. Okay, I'm in. That works slick here. Okay, can people see the page of the development agreement or the this is the
Nobody's gonna read it, but
We can see the page.
You see the page. Okay, yeah. And I don't know how it looks there, but so paragraph 11, this is the orderly annexation agreement. So to back up a step before I read this and explain it to you, the city of Orinoco and Orinoco Township has an orderly annexation agreement. This is the page 4 of that agreement. And you can scroll up. I'll scroll up if you want to read.
Excuse me, Mike.
Yeah.
Screen bigger.
You zoom in.
Just zoom in.
yeah.
Oh, zoom in. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I can probably figure this out, right? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oops. Let's click plus again. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do one more. Just, how about that?
Looks good.
Okay, good deal. So this is the yeah, page 179 of the way that Jason labeled the packet. So this is page 4 of the orderly annexation agreement. So this is the orderly annexation agreement that you have, the city of Orinoco has with Orinoco Township. Did people read this at all before the meeting or not? I mean, it's a 300-page packet, so I understand if you didn't. I'm just asking.
By anyone, by the mayor, by Jason, or anyone.
Any, just the council members, the 5 council members.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're generally familiar with it. I won't take too much time then, but so one of the provisions in this agreement is paragraph 11. That's an important paragraph. And I'll just read it out loud. It's one sentence or 2 sentences. It says the city's zoning and subdivision authority shall apply within the annexation area until the time of annexation. Zoning and subdivision within the annexation area shall be governed by and administered in accordance with city's zoning and subdivision ordinances. And so what that means is that before the time that this parcel, this crossings parcel, I'll call it, or any other parcel within the larger annexation area is annexed, up until the time it's annexed, the city's zoning and subdivision applies, not the township's. And this township has ceded authority to the city in those respects. And what you should know about that is that's fairly normal in these agreements. The statute by which 414.0325, the orderly annexation statute, allows the city and township to negotiate a couple different ways regarding what will happen with zoning and subdivision and land use rules up until the time of annexation. The reason they do that is they don't want things to get zoned wonky if they're slated to be annexed in the near future or in the future. And so there's different ways to do it. One way to do it is you can set up a joint zoning board with members of the city and township that would jointly decide the zoning of parcels out in the township prior to annexation. For whatever reason, you didn't do that here. For whatever reason, the city and township agreed to this, probably because Orinoco is a small community, I think. And so one of the main themes in the emails that were sent by Logan and others were that the developer is deciding whether or not they're going to develop in the city or in the township. And they want you, city council, before hearing any facts related to this, to decide the issue and to basically prejudge, as if you were a judge hearing a criminal case. Before hearing the evidence, they want you to render a verdict. And that's not something you can legally do or should do ever. And this came up in the Hamilton development, actually. And I think we really skirted the line of this in the Hamilton development. And at least in that case, there was applications made to the city. But you got to be very careful when you're council members about making promises, verbal or otherwise, prior to the correct process playing out. Okay. And that can be declared arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable by a reviewing court. And you could throw out your entire action if you decide you want to approve whatever they haven't even requested anything specific really, but whatever they end up requesting, you don't want that to be tainted by anything you do now. So, I mean, my inclination was to direct Jason not to have this on the agenda at all, for fear of that. But it was because of the way you do your agendas, and council people can demand things be on the agenda. It's on the agenda. So I just want to caution you before you make any statements about this. And that's not the normal process. So why does this matter? Why does this zoning and subdivision stuff matter if they're going to annex anyway? Well, it matters because of the way that they wrote those emails and what they're actually saying. They're basically saying they're going to go develop out in the township if we don't basically give them everything that they want. Joe's going to explain how unreasonable some of that is in terms of the financial impact to the citizens of Orinoco and Jane and John Q. taxpayer, who we all have to look out for here, and the city's financial well-being as well. So realistically, that's not an option. And here's why that's not an option. If they try to do that, they would have to rezone those parcels under the city's subdivision and land use, or subdivision and zoning. And the rezoning would be a key part of that. The rezoning is a legislative decision. So there's two types. This is more for the two council members who are new. There's two types of decisions you make as a council member when you're dealing with land use applications. You make legislative decisions. That's where you're using your legislative authority to just decide how the city should be. In this case, the zoning map. You're just making a legislative choice as to how the zoning map should be. Now, and that is a very low standard. Basically, the idea is you were elected or appointed in some cases, but you're on the council. You represent the people. You have the right to think what you want to think and do what you want to do. Then it just needs to be supported by a very low standard called rational basis. And so absolutely, if the developers in this case were to apply to rezone this property before they annex it, you could deny it because it doesn't have a rational basis. It doesn't have a rational basis because it would be developing commercial development out in the township, which is urban or suburban development that should occur in the city specifically, and particularly when it's subject to an orderly annexation agreement, i.e. the township and city have already slated that to happen. So it's not really, I mean, that's their alternative, but it's not really an alternative in my view. And it's not good development either, and that shouldn't happen. If they were to, and the next point here, the logical next step is if you decided to grant a rezoning of a township parcel before it was annexed, there would be no way to force it to be annexed. I mean, that could stunt the development of the city out into that direction of the township forever. It would be a forever screw up, is how I would phrase that. And the reason for that is if you rezone something while it's still in the township, there's no incentive to annex because they can develop what they want to develop out in the township without annexation. And that's not the idea here, and that's not really what you should be doing. So with that in mind, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Does anybody have any questions about that provision or why that occurs or anything that I've said so far? Okay, I'm going to move on. You can ask questions at the end, and after Joe speaks, I'll be available to answer questions too on that. Hold on. All right, stop share. There we go. Okay, so you've got this orderly annexation agreement. What are they asking for you tonight? Well, and I don't even know that they're really asking because they haven't submitted a formal request. So I think what they're asking for you is to give like a wink, wink, nod, nod promise that something is going to happen before you've actually went through the process. And that's not acceptable. And there's reasons for that. There's public hearing notice requirements. And in fact, in your packet, I don't know if it's in your packet, but I was provided with, I'm just going to share. Can I share one more time or do I not got to do another request? No, I'm good. So I don't know if people have seen this, but this is just an example. I don't mean to discuss the merits of what they want to do with their development. It's probably a lovely development. I don't really know. That's not the point. But somebody wrote this letter to the city, to Orinoco and Orinoco Township, kind of opposing the development. And so the way that this is supposed to work is that when you do a rezoning or a land use amendment, or amendment to your zoning ordinance, your land use ordinance, is that you have a public hearing that's required by state statute, and it's properly noticed, and people like this who oppose this development, and then the developer who supports it, and then maybe could be similar to the Hamilton development, it could be a ton of people who support and don't support for various reasons, traffic, or, traffic is what happened in the Hamilton and tightness of the lots, and there was a lot of things that people didn't like. But the point is, I'm not judging whether it's good or bad. That's not my role. But it's also not the city's council's role to do that until after you've had the process play out. And if you were to verbally tell them you're going to do it before you actually let all parties have a say, that would look like you've prejudged it. You would have prejudged it. And so you really shouldn't do that. You really can't do that. And that's the kind of the cornerstone of why we can't really do anything here. And the language in the annexation agreement and just the fact that this has to be developed in the city really is why the annexation has to occur first. Or alternatively, Joe and I discussed if they petition for annexation concurrently or at the same time, contemporaneously, I guess would be the word, contemporaneously with a rezoning application. In theory, you could do rezonings are done by ordinance. You could do a rezoning ordinance that's expressly conditional on getting a final judgment and order from the Office of Administrative Hearings. What that is just because you have an orderly annexation agreement doesn't mean that this is automatically approved. So you have to follow the process and submit, you have to approve by resolution. If you get a petition for annexation, first of all, you have to get a petition. You can't just annex without a petition. And they've refused to give you a petition. And then after you get a petition under that agreement, you've got to submit within 14 days, you've got to send that to the township to review. And then there's a process of paperwork you have to do. And then you have to send that to the chief administrative law judge. The Office of Administrative Hearings has to review that and approve that. And that could take time. And then it's not until that administrative law judge issues what they call an OAH order. And then that order is served on various parties, including Olmsted County and other parties. Until that happens, it's not annexed. And so you could do them contemporaneously, but it have to be very specific contingencies on those things in order to submit those and do those at the same time. I think it can be done. Joe thinks it can be done. I consulted with one other lawyer at our firm. He thinks it can be done. So that's an option here, but they haven't submitted anything. And their kind of claim is, well, we're spending all this money, right? We're spending all this money. We ought to know whether or not you're going to approve it before you hear all the evidence and decide whether or not you're going to approve it. That's not how it works. This is the government. That's not how this works. Similarly, Hamilton, I mean, Hamilton's a great example. They probably spent tens of thousands of dollars in just working up their petitions, and it got denied, and they're out the money. That's the risk of development. That's what it is. And the city council has they should respect the city council enough to actually follow the legal process and submit the things so that you can review, listen to all parties, and make an informed decision. You know, I don't think you have even a document in front of you, a formal petition in front of you for anything. And it's hard for Joe or I really to advise you on what to do and what not to do, other than to say that this is a flawed process. It's hard for us to advise you on the substance of those petitions or governmental approval requests, such as a rezoning application. One side note there is they did submit a rezoning application, but it wasn't done right. It was basically 50% completed, and Jason rejected it for that reason. So that's where I'm at with that part of this. I just think that they haven't followed the process well enough, or really at all. And if we got into this for 2 years, I didn't know it had been going on 2 years, but if it's 2 years and they still haven't submitted anything to the city, I don't think that's the city's fault. I think there's a kind of a subtext here or implication that it's my notes. I gotta stop sharing that. I think there's a subtext here that the city screwed this up in some way, and I don't really see that. I don't understand that. They're the developer. Hamilton didn't need hand-holding. They hired reputable engineers who knew what they were doing, and then they submitted what they needed to submit. And then the city considered their applications after they were submitted. It ended up getting, the rezoning at least got denied. But they did the process and actually did it. You know, they want you to promise things without doing it before they do it. And that's not what you should be doing. It's a bad practice and it's not legal. So that's my kind of my main issues with this. The other things I think Joe is going to talk about is, and I'll just touch briefly on it. With a couple other things before I do that. So a couple other points that I think are important to note here is that they are requesting certain financial guarantees before we've even seen their development plans. And Joel, that's really an engineering issue about reviewing development plans and what the financial impact for the city could be, depending on what's in those plans. Joe can talk about that, but your ordinance doesn't allow, we have the utility code that we drafted when we developed the sewer system, and it doesn't allow, it's sections 51009 and 51092. It doesn't allow extending utility services out to the township. It does it without annexation first. And so that's not something you should ever do, by the way, anyway. I mean, if you do that, it will ruin your ability to annex anything in the future anywhere, because the main criteria that is used to force annexation is that urban and suburban development requires municipal services. But if you were willing to extend those services without annexing, these administrative law judges will just say, well, wait a minute, you already extended it to those people. You didn't annex them. So you don't need to annex to extend sewer services. And that's in the code. It's in every city's code. You have to annex to get services. So those are my main issues. I guess on the financial aspect of it, I would just say that, and Joe will get into this, but promising them to not charge fees that you charge other developers is not a good practice. And number one, and number two, it could cost the city huge amounts of money. And your residents pay for that. Your residents then pay to basically pay for a private developer's private development. And you ought to think really closely about that before you say anything about this. I think, beyond that, I can't really tell you what to do. I guess moving forward, I'm confused. I had sent Logan a long email because I'm kind of new to this. I mean, I talked to his colleague Craig Britton and a little bit about it. And in fact, the petition for annexation you see in the packet, I created it during the meeting when Linda King was here maligning the city, yelling. And it was really, really beyond the pale. And these emails are beyond the pale in my view. Trying to get you to do things you really shouldn't do and acting like it's just normal and this is the normal thing that should happen. It's not. This is highly unusual. It's unheard of. And you just should understand that. But while Linda King was saying all that, I thought, well, what the heck? I'll just put a petition together for them. They must have some problem filling out a petition. So I put it together for them. I didn't bill you for it because I was already at the city council meeting anyway. I was just sitting there on my laptop and I sent it to Craig and it has not been submitted. I think, lastly, we had a developer, the Two Sisters development, they hired a lawyer and threatened the city on a number of fronts. One of the things they threatened was unfair utility practices, that we were charging different developers different amounts for their connection to the wastewater system. And that was a justiciable legal claim against the city because you're charging people different. And so what their request, and I'm not saying that's wrong, I just don't think the city had done that. Frankly, I don't think we did charge people differently. But if you were to go waive the whack and sack and PIF fees, what's to stop any developer from saying, we don't have to pay those because you didn't make them pay them. And that's hugely expensive and it's going to affect your sewer system for the long run. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I think you should just not do anything tonight and just listen to Joe speak and then just pass on this and not act on it. That would be my best advice for you, or just ask questions about the process, but I wouldn't get into the discussion of the merits of anything, the merits of something that isn't justiciable yet. It's not ripe for you to do anything because they haven't submitted anything. So like, for example, whether this is a good for the city or bad for the city, I'm sure there's arguments. I mean, we went through the Hamilton thing. There's arguments on every side of everything, and that's fine. Tonight's not the night for that. That's got to happen at a later time. And this might be, given the tenor of those emails, this might not be something they're willing to do. They might want guarantees before they spend a dime. Hamilton spent tens of thousands of dollars without guarantees because that's what this is. That's what government approvals are. And they got denied, and they just took that risk. And they're asking for no risk here. And that's not, and for you to decide things without facts. And that's not something that I take lightly. I don't appreciate those demands and the way that this was handled. And I just want you to know that you shouldn't do anything with this until they do the work like Hamilton did. And then you should consider it fairly and consider these people's objections, like that lady I don't know, it's a lady. It was multiple people. I think it was unsigned, but Jason can say, I think it was an anonymous sort of submittal. So, and then Joe can talk about the development agreement, so that they're asking for lots of specific, demands for fees and this sort of thing without, of course, usually that's done after we get their submittals and we can review them and decide what the fees should be and what the costs are, which we're not given that in this case. So Joe, do you want to talk about the rest of it?
Yeah. Mike gave the council a lot of very good information. And I will just put a little perspective in it from the engineering side. So I did print out some exhibits. In August, I was at a meeting along with city staff and the developer, and this illustration or concept of a development was presented. Okay, and so little perspective. Here is Minnesota Avenue. Here's the interchange. This is Hunter Street. And they're proposing some commercial lots on both sides of the roadway on, I think, about 80 acres or just a little less than 80 acres. And they do want they're proposing all commercial development, and some of this matches the future land use plan that's up behind you, and some of it doesn't. Okay. Right now, it is not in the city limits. It would need to be annexed in for the city to serve it and move forward as part of the city of Orinoco. So a little bit more perspective. I would say that the city has spent a lot of money constructing sanitary sewer and water systems and sizing those systems and configuring those systems to support development. And so most of your development area, as we've talked about in the past, is to the south. And so really what you want to do is sequentially develop, just like all cities, they develop outwards. In your case, outwards is primarily to the south towards Rochester. That's where your urban service area is. That's where the land is to develop within your urban service area. And so as you do that, utility extension is important, and that has to happen sequentially. So second map, this Gold Rush Crossings is right down here. This is an illustration of some of the water main system, the blue lines, that would need to extend. And so again, you've got a water tower up here, a well here, a well here, and you've got a service area well down here, well to the south and to the east of this proposed development. And it's important that these trunk water mains extend from north to south through that development so that you can go ahead and serve the adjacent property owners and the adjacent property owners to them. It's a sequential process. So allowing that to develop in the township in any way, shape, or form without municipal utilities would be a huge mistake from the standpoint of, constructing these water mains, and in this case, here's a sanitary sewer. Same convention applies on the sanitary sewer side. You've got a lift station, a big lift station here. Costs hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to construct that. That lift station's sized to serve lots of property out here. Well, the mains to the lift station have to extend upstream from the lift station through the adjacent properties, and there's a sequence to that. And so if you would not, again, install sanitary sewer or water main within those areas, developing areas to the south of that, to the east of that, are very difficult. And you've sized your infrastructure to be able to extend that way and to support that. So you've got wastewater systems, you've got water systems to be able to support that. And if you would allow that to happen, it would be a pretty significant mistake in terms of facilitating future development, as well as, protecting groundwater. A commercial development needs fire protection. Commercial development needs potable water. Commercial development needs wastewater service. They're talking about a commercial development that, might have a grocery store, might have a truck stop, might have a lot of things that really need fire protection, water supply, and wastewater service to develop. So that's big picture information. Within the email and within your packet, the developer was asking or essentially demanding a number of things that the city not do. For example, the first one is Orinoco would be responsible to construct turn lanes going into the development. That's not how it goes, at least anywhere I've ever worked. And we've got examples in Orinoco. For example, the turn lanes constructed going into the Casey's were constructed by the developer. The turn lanes going into the Gas and Go site were constructed by the developer. This wouldn't be any different from my perspective. Extending roadways, or they don't want to extend roadways to the adjacent properties. Well, again, that's not how things are set up. Just like the utilities, roadways need to extend through and provide access to adjacent parcels. And so if you look at River Park, you look at Cedar Woodlands, you look at Riverwood Hills, future roadways are always considered. Roadways, just like utilities, are extended to the property line to facilitate orderly development of the next and adjacent properties. Kind of continuing through this, sanitary sewer distribution. They have got some comments about where they could connect. Well, there's multiple locations where they might connect, and once we see a configuration of exactly what they want to do and how they want to do that, we'll look at the city's infrastructure and work with the developer's engineer on figuring out where the best place to connect and how those utilities need to extend through the development, not only to serve their best interest, but the best interest of the adjacent property owners. Same way with the water main. And it's also important to note that, you know, some of those facilities might need to be oversized. So for example, a water main, we run trunk water mains from the wells and the towers south so that we have sufficient fire protection. Commercial areas need more fire protection than residential areas, and they appear to be wanting to be held to a residential standard in terms of the pipe diameters, things like that. That's really not how your ordinances are set up. That's not how I'd recommend you do it. There could be some negotiation if we're upsizing pipes to serve areas far away from them. But given the fact that they're a commercial development, they need heightened fire protection more so than a residential area would. So I guess I wouldn't say that's impossible, but I think we don't have any information aside from one pretty picture. There's no grading plans, there's no platting information, there's no drainage reports, there's nothing aside from a picture that we can look at and make any informed decisions on. Kind of continuing on, building on the theme that Mike set forth, waiving sewer availability charges, water availability charges, plant investment fees. You've set up a model, you've charged all of your residents these fees. All the developments that come forward need to pay their proportionate share. That's how these systems were designed. That's how the financial model was developed. What they're asking you to do is essentially subsidize your development. You've got fees in your ordinances. You've got a fee schedule. The assumption is that they should be held to the fee schedule, just like anybody else. Parkland dedication. This is a commercial development. We'd have to look at the code specifically, but I don't think there is a dedication requirement for for non-residential properties. And then paying costs for professional services, platting costs, different fees in terms of looking at the design of the facility, making comments, working with the city attorney on the development agreement, providing inspection during construction, making sure that things get done like they are proposed. Having professionals look at those documents costs money. Typically, those costs are passed on to the developer. And so having the developer say that we're not paying for any of that is highly irregular and not something, again, that I would recommend or that I would normally see. So a lot of information that Mike and I kind of presented. We did talk about the information or the questions posed in their letter. I totally agree with Mike's perspective and his recommendations about how the council should address this. Are there questions of Mike or I that we could address further?
Yeah, I guess the only question I have in the way I'm looking at this whole thing is the first step that there is the annexation part of it, and the orderly annexation is pretty cut and dry, and the chart that there was, and I would think it was 197 or whatever else, gave the flow chart of exactly how things need to be done. And again, it's one of those things to deal with. I think that it's on 191. I think that's the way that it should be addressed is to do that first, okay? And from there, if you look at the chart, once the application has been done and everything has been approved, then we go from there, and then you go to the public hearings and you go from that point that there is behind it. But I think that we do need to have that public hearing, which is required. I think we do need to have the input that there is from the residents to be able to do that. And the residents have basically been very open up to this point on everything that's going on, but it's still a formality that needs to be done and not to sidestep what's on that chart. So I'm looking at maybe two parts. That one is getting the annexation part of it done and go through those processes that are there, fill out the application, get everything done correctly. And then after that, because we can't negotiate on the rest of anything that's going on until after that's done. So, you know, it was pretty straightforward on the annexation agreement, you know, and it's, you know, and how it's to be done.
The process is straightforward. You've got an orderly annexation agreement. It spells it out in black and white. It's, you know, the city's done lots of annexations, as does every city. It's a common occurrence. You follow the process. One of the things that the developer is asking to do is, they need to make a decision on whether they want to annex now or not and develop the property. And at the same time, they'd like some understanding as well. If we annex into the city, there's tax structures change, things change a little bit. But they want to understand what's going to happen on the zoning side, because they're also asking the question, we need to rezone the property. And one of the things that we've seen done before is have that process go concurrently. So you consider the rezoning and consider the annexation application concurrently. Now, there is a process, just like Mike talked about, that annexation takes time and there's a process. And just because you approve it doesn't mean the annexation's complete until the process is complete. But you can essentially have some contingencies built into the variance approval, assuming that you would approve that variance. And right now, we don't have any information. We don't have any applications. We don't have anything but a picture submitted at a cordial meeting 4 months ago. So, you know, that's one thing that, you know, one way the city could facilitate the process, speed it up, and then provide them some with some help making the decisions as to when and how they want to annex.
I know that Mike had mentioned a conditional use or going along that.
So could I jump in there? So Jim, I think almost everything you said is what needs to happen. I think what you said and what Joe and I think we're on the same page. The only thing I would challenge you a bit on, not challenge you, but just disagree a bit, is it's not a formality. I mean, I was looking at the league materials as to how they view the public hearing, and they view it this way. A significant part of the zoning process is the public hearing mandated by the Municipal Planning Act. And I don't view that as a formality. I view that as kind of the central event, the main event. But I think that's, and the bottom line is they've kind of given these ultimatums and demands and threats, frankly. And so before any of what happens, you just said is what needs to happen. But before any of that happens, I think the developer needs to, apparently they got multiple partners, there's multiple cooks in the kitchen. I think they need to have a meeting with just themselves and decide what they want to do. And do they want to go forward with this or not? And if they want to go forward with it, that's fine. We're willing to work with them. Notwithstanding everything that's already I've read in the last week, which I question. I question their sincerity and their competence, frankly, basic competence. But notwithstanding any of that, we're willing. I wrote them a very nice email, and I basically said, very polite email, and I said, I'm willing to work with you to move this forward, that kind of stuff. So Joe and I are willing to do that, but I think they need to make the decision first if they even want to do this. And if they do want to do it, then I think what you're saying is absolutely right. We got a flow chart. You're totally correct. Joe's correct. It's not that complicated. People do annexations all the time. I'm doing one in Plainview right now, and the petitioning party asked, well, how long does it take? And so I went on, they have a website. You can go on their website, the Municipal Boundary Adjustment Office website, and look at the prior annexations that have been approved. And the timing of those ranges, I mean, a lot of them are done in a week or two. Some of them are done in several months before they get approved. It's not up to us. By statute, they have up to a year to approve it, and they can, by agreement of the parties, go longer. I assume that's when there's problems. This one doesn't really seem like this is garden variety, straightforward. I don't really see any issue here, but they have to do that. I mean, they have to engage in that process, really engage in it, not just talk about it and say, well, we've got public support, wide public support. Who cares about wide public support? That's not the issue. The issue is you got to apply for something and do the process. We got to actually do the work. And so if they want, but I don't know if they want to even do that. It's unclear. I think they need to meet and decide what they want to do or not do. And then if they want, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I know what they're proposing is everything they've talked about would be highway commercial B2. And if I recall, looking at the map right, some of that is multifamily residential. And is the possibility they could sidestep the one step of having to do the rezoning if it was rezoned contingent upon bringing it into the city, happening at the same time?
That's more of a Joe question than a Mike question, but I assume they need to do a rezoning to do what they want to do. It's out the township.
So can't both happen at the same time?
No,
Can be very
they
contingent
can
as
be
well.
concurrent, yes.
That's at the same time, right?
Yes, concurrent.
One leads into the other.
No, concurrence at the same time.
Okay.
I think they can do that. I mean, you just have to be very careful when you do the rezoning ordinance to make it expressly contingent. It's got to be very correctly worded. But yeah, I don't see any legal reason you can't do them contemporaneous with each other, concurrent with each other, and just make one contingent on the other, as long as those contingencies are spelled out really carefully. I don't see any reason why that can't happen. I mean, but that solves their complaint about a guarantee before they do the annexation. That might solve that problem. They still want, huge amounts of fees to be waived, probably not even legally if you believe the two sisters, the guy that's threatening to sue us and hired a lawyer to sue us, they believe you can't even do a lot of that. So, but those are really separate issues. I mean, I think foundationally, they wrote an email saying we demand a meeting, a public hearing on the 24th of January. That's not going to happen. So, we can't really even do that. We'll do what we can do here, and they need to decide if they want to work on the actual work and do it or not. And if they don't want to, they don't want to. You can't force them. So I guess that would be the other point is you can't force an annexation. So I think this is important for you all to know, just not even for this property, but for all properties. So if you mind, can I share my screen once again?
Well,
let's see if I can.
I do have a question. I don't know if Joe or Mike, which one you want to answer it, but I've been in the past when we brought Riverwood Hills and Cedar Woodlands in the whack and sack fees were paid upon the issuance of the building permits, if I remember right. So until a building goes up, there'd be no whack and sack fees due, correct? Depending on what the development.
That is one policy that we have offered to continue because there is a history of that. And that policy is really to the benefit of the developer.
It is.
Some cities have you pay that upfront and the city gets all that money up front. It is a huge benefit to the developer to do it the way you do it. And that is very much development friendly.
As the
building permits are pulled.
Issued. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that's been
And
the injury.
to clarify too, everything that there is on the future land use map on the west side of Minnesota Avenue is done as highway commercial right now. Okay, so that half of it seems to already be there with what it is for the future land use map. So the question would be on the east side. Okay, and working off of that, just so that we've got it in there, that the west side is done on what goes on, okay? And I'm trying to word it where I don't get anybody in trouble, so.
So Jim, I think
Okay, so.
it's really important to know, I think you're bringing up a very good point here. And it relates to that Hamilton development. If you guys recall that development, they changed the zoning throughout the project. They had an original proposal, but then they realized they needed to tweak it and they redid their plans. And they were requesting one rezoning and then they changed that rezoning request in the middle and then resubmitted it because as they worked through the project, they realized they needed different zoning, which happens. And so that's another reason you can't really approve something until you have it in front of you. But the only other thing I really wanted to point out is it's paragraph 13. This might be distorted now on the screen because I blew it up too much. We go back one.
Yeah, it's okay.
And so it reads this, this joint resolution and agreement provides the exclusive procedure by which lands within the annexation area may be annexed. And so there's multiple ways. This gets a little in the weeds of annexation, but there's multiple ways to annex property. One of them is contested case annexation. And that's the only method you can annex a property without a petition. So in other words, if you're John Smith and you own land in the township, the city can't forcibly move your land in the city. You have to petition for it, and they haven't submitted a petition. You can do contested case annexation, but this agreement, you sign this agreement giving up that right. So anything that's defined within that annexation area on this attachment, you have to do it pursuant to this agreement. Like this is the agreement. It requires certain things. You have to do this. And so that really is the first step. I guess that's what I would say. And yeah, and I think you guys kind of understand it. Were you just wording a motion, Jim?
No, I wasn't wording a motion at all.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's somebody else have.
You know what you're saying and that, so, no, I'm just in a matter of discussion of what there is. So that's why I just wanted to make a comment that everything on the west side is already there and zoned for highway commercial of what goes on. So that's in our future land use map. That's a part of that. So it's just the east side. That's all I was saying.
That's it.
Might want some comments or whatever else. So absolutely. I don't know. I want to make comments or talk a little bit, Joe, or
Us?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we should, yeah.
Okay, is that okay, Mike? So they're here in the audience, so.
Well, I mean, I don't really think, there's nothing before the city here. I think that you can take comments no different than Hamilton. That's the only development we've really done recently, but they made or tried to, been involved, but they made informational presentations to the city. So what I would recommend you do is just allow them to speak as much as they want, but just understand that that's informational only. Don't take any actions on it. Just listen to what they have to say, I guess, would be the best way.
I'll go first. The north side of our east side is Glenn's Motor Coach, right across the fence. And that is rezoned B3 highway commercial. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes, okay, that's the answer then.
E3?
So it's already a precedent that we shouldn't have no problem with a rezone, and that's how we're taking that. You said it takes time. How much time? We've been dealing with this BS for a very long time. Okay, and this is kind of why we're dealing with BS and why others have dealt with BS I can see now in the past. Why care about public support is what I heard from you. Shame on you. Our engineers are not reputable. Shame on you. we should be on number 7, unfinished business, because we've been dinking around with this for a very long time. This is not new business. We came to that first council meeting that should be on record, and we had 2 people on the council that are not here tonight that didn't even know where the land was. They didn't even take the time to go look at the land that we were going to be talking about at a meeting. So this is very frustrating to us, and everything I heard from 2 people tonight is out of line. You think our developer is out of line? You're worse. So let's get back on track. Let's get things worked out. Help us, help you. You help us. What do you need? And we'll do it. No more pointing fingers, especially when somebody's not here. Everybody's got a role in this. And we got new members, thank goodness. But every time we have a meeting, we start over and we walk out with nothing. No vision, no guidance, nothing.
So my name is Lee Vandenberkey from Omaha. Kind of been a silent partner in this. Kind of sitting back because I'm 6 hours away. It's kind of difficult to be up here for all the meetings. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, and I'm really taken by surprise with your attitude, Mr. Flaherty. And I know there's been some changes. I don't know all you folks. I'd like to get to know you. I'm curious, Mr. Palin, have you had contact with our engineers throughout this process at all?
I did meet with them on August, I think it was 23rd in this building when I got that.
Okay.
Aside from that, I've been copied on a few emails, but there's nothing to act upon. There's no annexation petition. There's no zoning
What kind of guidance
application.
have you given our engineers or our folks to proceed?
Well, we gave them guidance on a lot of basic things, probably to kind of start on. I can go back to my notes, but the need for turn lanes, need for stormwater management, how sewer and water could be accessed and configured through the development. Utility fees, what those fees are, how they're calculated, and how they might apply to a conceptual development. That type of information has been provided. All that I received was the map that hangs on the wall back here. There's been no engineering data submitted. There's nothing to review. There's no applications to review. Be happy to look at that, work through that with you. I've worked with Winseth on other developments. They understand the process. I know that we can get there. They've done other work in Orinoco even. I'm confident that they.
You see them as reputable?
Absolutely.
Mr. Pendergrass,
That said, they haven't submitted the applications that they need to submit to start the process. And so, you know, the email that we got in terms of, you know, making a bunch of demands and saying the city's not following through on different activities and actions, from our perspective, there's no action to take because there's been no submittals. We've had some informal meetings. We've tried to provide the information that allows you to kind of formulate the development and give you some things to think about, how we've dealt with development in the past, fee structures, those types of things, because that's very important from a developer's perspective on, you know, how things need to lay out, what challenges might lay ahead of them, any infrastructure challenges that we know of. We try to provide that information, and I'm happy to work with Winseth or anybody else on your team to provide that information. But in order to move this forward, you know, we kind of you need to make the submittals. You need to do the due diligence behind the submittals so that we can review it and move it forward. and we're happy to work on timelines with you. I think we talked about the fact that, you know, the annexation and the rezoning process could be done concurrently. That would potentially save some time and, you know, help you in your decision-making process. Happy to work through that. Happy to work through the preparation of a development agreement, but at this point, a lot of information that's needed to prepare a development agreement isn't available. And that needs to come from the developer and be submitted through the city's process. So
Bill, have you had any interactions or engineers or?
Yeah, I've been to a few meetings that there have been back and forth, and I've been requested to be the liaison between planning and zoning and this project, as watching and trying to move it along. It just to me it was stuck in the mud, okay, and I'm trying to get it out of the mud and move it down the road. You know, because otherwise, again, we're just going around in a circle and nothing is getting taken care of. So that's why I wanted this, so that we can get a direction to move. Okay, for you, for the city, for whatever is going on, we gotta go if that's what wants to be done. And so, again, I see, and I think that Mike this annexation agreement is the first thing that needs to be done to follow the annexation agreement, which has already been put out 10 years ago, that we follow that. And it's a simple, you know, direction of what there is. And so.
I've not seen that. Is that a 2-page document or 52-page document?
It's, gosh, I got a copy of it right here. Okay, I can give it to you.
So, I'm good.
It's okay, Mike. I've got it already printed because I've got another copy of it.
It's like a 4 or 5 page document. It's a normal orderly annexation agreement.
Give it one. The affidavit itself that we've asked, the annexation petition that Mike is referring to, was sent to everybody on November the 19th. We've been waiting since November the 19th, to receive that signed 2-page document by Linda and the owners. Copy of the book. If you want to sign it tonight, you can start the process.
Got a little homework to do before I sign anything.
So, Mayor, I mean, I just want to reply a little bit. Like, I did write an email back, very polite and contrite email back, just asking for information, basic information. And the response I got was basically that, you know, they don't want to do it unless we meet every one of their demands. And I've never been involved with a project like this where the developer makes demands that are this unreasonable, and then it's that or the highway. It's our way or the highway.
That email came about because we're 2 years here spinning our wheels and there's some frustration, and it's time to figure out where they're gonna kick this in gear. And
well, here's
covering all the time. We gotta be realistic and work at the speed of business sometimes.
Like, here's the reality. You know, every development that I've ever dealt with, the one we're doing in Plainview right now, which Craig is the engineer on and is doing I know Craig knows how to do it because he's doing it in that one, and he's filled everything out correctly. He made one mistake on the first petition and they redid it, but he did pretty good. He did good. They know how to do it. Like, I don't understand. I'm still mentally blocked here with understanding why the city needs to fill out and sign something that legally the landowner is required under the annexation statute to sign. I don't understand that. And I don't understand how an engineer can demand that the city do things that are illegal. And that's why my tone is a little bit negative. You know, you're asking us to break the law for you. And I have to.
I don't know the law, so I'm not asking you to break the law. I don't know the law.
But here's the problem. Logan does and Craig does, and they're writing these emails and putting their name on this stuff.
I gotta jump in here, Mike.
They're endorsing it. Like, I don't get it.
Listening. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I got to jump in here because I don't really appreciate the defamatory comments that you're making right now. I have an obligation to represent my client. This is a development that's been going on for almost 2 years, and we haven't had any guidance other than from an email that we received back on August 5th, and that's the frustration. We haven't received any kind of application, any kind of required submittals at all for 2 years. Okay? So Linda's upset, the partners are upset, and I don't appreciate the defamatory comments that you're making about Witseth. That's not right.
Here's the thing. You can't demand we do things that clearly require the central piece of it, a statutory legal requirement, and you send us things that basically force us to not do that.
You're talking about process, Mike. We're not arguing process at all. I worked with the city of Rochester and Olmsted County for 12 years. Every single development agreement that we wrote was different. That's just part of the development, part of the process. So my client would like some kind of assurances from the city that they support the development in some fashion so that we can move forward. I'm not asking for an approval. Do they agree that this should be some kind of commercial B2? I think we've talked about that. You have to do a land use plan amendment. You have to do a zone change first, right? Annexation obviously is the next step. We're not arguing process or step. So let's get off of that.
Well, but how can we judge it and tell you?
Can you do some kind of general support? Like this has been going on for 2 years.
No, they're not supposed to judge something and then hear 15 neighbors complain and then change their mind and then deny it.
The only guidance that we've had, thankfully, is from Ryland. Ryland has been great, and Jason's been great as of recently. They weren't here. Jason wasn't here originally, okay? What was laid out for the timeline? Meet the EDA director, Rebecca Charles, city administrator, Jason Baker, city engineer, Joe Palin, and Mayor Ryland Eichhorst. We did that. Number 2, schedule meetings with the city council members. Paul Pendergrass, Irv Devlamick, Jim Richards, and Jim Phillips. We did that. Meet with the EDA committee to share your plans and respond questions. They meet the 4th Tuesday of each month. Rebecca Charles is the EDA director, and her email address in the email distribution. We did that. Request placement on Planning and Zoning Commission agenda at monthly commissioner meeting to share your idea and any concept drawings of the proposed development. You may want to do this before filing for an annexation to get some feedback on your concept plans. They meet the 2nd Thursday of every month. 6:30 p.m. City Hall, Kathy Brandt Record and the P&Z chairperson. Here's her email. We did that. Number 5, consider having public information meeting with area residents to present your concept development plans and solicit resident feedback about the plans and allow them to ask questions. Guess what? We did that. The neighbors loved it. It was great. Contact Renee Weil, city deputy clerk, to make these arrangements. All that was taken care of. Number 6, submit application for annexation followed by a general development plan. At the appropriate time, after discussions with your engineers, planners, city engineers, planners, and administration. That's where we're at. We followed the process that was outlined. We're not prepared to make any applications without some kind of assurances after 2 years. That's the point.
How can we make those assurances when there's a legal process that has to be followed? I mean, don't we have to do the process, the statutory process, before we guarantee we're going to do?
Orinoco's process, the process you're talking about, is submitting applications. We understand that process. That's not the argument. But in number 6, that was outlined in the process for us to follow before we even get to that point, is to have a concept plan reviewed by all these entities and all these groups, which we've done, and we're no further along today than we were 2 years ago.
You submit the application for annexation or the petition
You're
for
stuck on application, Mike. It's like pre-development meetings. You do them all the time. You have a give and take. You talk to the city. We followed all of these pre-development type of meetings, met with the different entities. And again, we're no further ahead than we were 2 years ago. We will make application for these things that you've suggested when we know that the city is on board of some kind. There's some kind of assurance after we've followed their process.
So I might interject just a little bit here.
Jesus.
Logan, you have indicated that you've met with council members, you've met with the public, you solicited their feedback. I've been part of 2 meetings with you where we sat around a table and I did provide you commentary in terms of things that I would be looking for, the city would generally be looking for. That all falls in the realm of feedback, the type of assurance that you're looking for in terms of how things are developed, how we perceive them. You're gonna have to read that feedback that you get from council members and from EDA members and from the committee. I don't think that the council, based on Mike's recommendation, is gonna say, yeah, this all looks great. You should go ahead and do that because we have no problem with anything. The city, as Mike has explained exhaustively tonight, that is not how cities should function, and that's not the recommendation that the council is getting from their city attorney. You've
And I
solicited
appreciate that. Is that Joe speaking?
feedback, and you've got to read what you're getting and make decisions based on the conversations that you've had with people. But you
Well, we've had a lot of conversations, and the changes that we've made were actually that concept plan that's on the wall, right? We've listened to the EDA. We talked about buffer yards. We talked about uses. We talked about connecting this and that in the neighborhood too. The thing that they didn't want family apartment buildings. They didn't want this, that, and the other thing, right? So we worked through all this process, created a general development conceptual plan, right? And we still haven't gotten anything from the city, which was outlined to us. We are ready to submit. We have what we need now because Jason gave us the application. First time we've seen an application. And I think Joe submitted that zone change here a couple of weeks ago. We had never seen an application before. We worked with Mike on the annexation process and he drafted up that letter. We were ready to go. And the reason you haven't heard anything from us since the 19th is because our client was trying to decide if they can develop in the city or if they want to work with the township. So since then, we've worked with the township, had a meeting to discuss all these options, right? Trying to formulate all this information to make a decision, okay?
So I don't understand why we're having the meeting tonight. I mean, the pre-development stuff happens outside of the meeting when you meet with the engineer mostly and the city staff. And I get that, but the email you sent demanded, expected timeline and process. It kind of demanded.
How many meetings do you have to have before it's considered public notice, Mike? I guess that's the point. We've had multiple planning commission meetings. We had an EDA meeting. We had a neighborhood meeting. We've been to one council meeting. There's just hasn't been any guidance other than the email from Rylan about how we initiate the clock and get this process started. That's the frustration.
I understand your frustration better now, but I also think this email is sort of like frankly threatening the city.
You're saying that our email was threatening, Mike. I think you need to maybe listen to the meeting and the defamatory comments that you had tonight. And that email that you sent to us wasn't real polite. So let's just be real here. I'm tired of pointing fingers. That's not what we're here about. Okay? Let's move this development on, provide some guidance and clarity, which we know we've got to submit applications. Okay? But Linda's there tonight. Her partners are there tonight. We need some kind of general consensus about if you support a land use plan amendment and a zone change, and if there is some flexibility with the development agreement, because Linda's not going to pay fees. She's lost $6 million already in 2 years because this has taken so long. People have been pulling out because this is taking so long. Again, no guidance, no applications. There's nothing that has been provided to us to start the process. Okay. So there's frustrations on both sides, obviously.
So what do you want them tonight? Like in what form?
What legally can they tell us that,
Well, they can't prejudge an application that requires a public hearing before they hear from the public. I've never seen that before. That's not something they can do. So I guess I've given them a kind of ad nauseum said that you can't prejudge things. You got it. The statute, the land use plan, the Municipal Land Use Act requires 10 days published public notice. I mean, it's in the statute. I mean, you've been an engineer for a long time. This is why I was confused by this email. I'm like, well, why are they asking us to do this?
Yeah, no,
Like, why-
it's not
I
that.
don't-
We
I don't get it.
understand, we understand process. Again, this has been almost 2 years. We've had no guidance from the city, multiple meetings, multiple discussions, and here we are.
Can't you just submit it then? Can't you? I mean, wouldn't that isn't that the point of the 60-day rule? You just submit things and force the city to act?
Well, no, actually, our point for the client is that they've been working on this for a long time. Before they annex into the city and do anything, they want to know what the fees are going to be and what they're actually getting into. That's just common sense. That's just business practice, right? Like what give and take is even available for a development agreement?
So the development agreement, typically the fees, I mean, there's a lot of different fees, but a lot of the fees are linked to the cost of public improvements. We don't know the cost of the public improvements for this development because there's been nothing submitted for us to assess that dollar value.
You've got a concept plan. I know we got to do utility plans and infrastructure plans, grading plan, all that, right? That's part of the process.
That's a
I
lot.
understand
That's
that.
a lot of that is the problem. That's the meat of it.
In the email, we said we'll be responsible for all the development and roads on the utilities and stuff like that on our property, right? We're just trying to make sure that there's not anything above and beyond that's out of ordinary.
Yeah, all of this, everything you're saying needs to be dealt with at an engineering level at a meeting, not in the city council. So I guess
we've had that. That's the frustration, and that's really my point.
Well, we can't be, basically forced into saying you're not going to develop unless we do exactly what you want and pay and limit fees to exactly what you want. I mean, that's not going to move this forward. So, and that's the email we got. So I think what I think should happen here, I mean, the city council can do what they want. They've listened to all this. But I think you should not make any promises. I think generally developers will get a sense if things are going to be approved before they apply. But I mean, just the concept of us guaranteeing an approval before we've seen the application for the approval is just conceptually something that I've never seen, and I'm not willing to advise that they do.
Given the amount of time and what we've done, that's the assurance that my client would like. They would like some kind of general support for the land use plan, and they would like some kind of flexibility to be able to negotiate the terms of a development agreement.
Oh, development agreements are always negotiated. I mean, like you said, each one is very specific and different. I have the same experience. The reason that they're very different and specific is we get submittals specific to each development, and we review those and then craft the development agreement around those developer submittals. So we haven't received any submittals, so how can we really draft a development agreement? I mean, isn't that what the agreement is? It's based on what the developer wants to do with their property and what they're proposing to do.
You know where the development is, right? You know what roads are involved. I think the purpose of that email was to start negotiations.
Yeah, and honestly, I told Jason this shouldn't be on the agenda anyway, and it got on the agenda. So what I suggest is we just meet. Either I can be a part of it if you want, or Joe can just do it, and Jason, and we'll just start to discuss what actually has to be submitted in the order it has to be submitted.
That would be great. That's the most clarity and direction we've had in 2 years.
I mean, I do these all the time, city council. I got this email and I thought this was way out of line. I mean, way out of order.
Well, your email was out of line too. So again, I'm not going to point fingers. How are we going to move forward here, Mike?
I'm clicking reply to the. I mean, I matched the tone. I guess I'd say I matched the tone, and I think I less than matched the tone. Well, I think that's how you need to move forward. I mean, you just have to, work on it to a point where you're happy or you're ready to make a submittal to the city to do it. And
it's not my decision; it's my client, and that's who I'm representing.
No, I get that, but I don't know how the city can promise something. I mean, how do you expect a city council member to vote to guarantee a specific rezone before they have an application for a rezone.
They're not voting, they're not making a motion, they're not, it's more of a discussion, and that was the purpose of this whole thing.
why
Or
don't you
would they
just,
even entertain? I want to hear from the council if they'd even entertain any of the terms that Linda provided. I want to hear if the council is going to even entertain a land use plan change. Well, we've got the neighborhood support, we've got the general support from the planning commission, but again, no direction, and here we are. I'm not going to rehash all that again. But given
well,
the lack of direction in our process, and we're 2 years into this, I think it's just out of respect that something be said.
right. Well, I think the council should weigh in. I don't have anything else to say about it, honestly.
May I say
Mike,
something?
Logan, Linda would like to speak. No, I have a comment also.
We're not gonna play the gotcha game. We're not going to annex to the city until we know what's going to happen. Fine.
And my comment would be, as follows the lines of what Logan and Mike were talking about. And, I think just from my perspective on the council, I think one thing that the letter that you sent, Logan, it's obvious that Joe responded to in comments, but I think if we were to take this letter and use it as a negotiating point, in responding from a city's perspective, if you're looking for something formal, we've talked about it, but we can put something as a suggestion, we could put something in writing, responding back to the council's, the city's position on it. But at the same time, I have yet to hear anybody that doesn't want to do it. You didn't hear it. We haven't said it. You've done your marketing studies. You know what can go in there. Otherwise, you wouldn't be coming to us to annex. So there's all positive things happening here. And I know when I talked to you, Joe and Linda, back in June, earlier this year, we talked about the future land use map. And we talked about it in a lot of detail about the orderly annexation agreement. We had that with the township, and that's what makes this thing move. And there's no question we need to move on it. Nobody's saying we don't want to do it. I've yet to hear anybody, unless you've heard it. I haven't heard it from anybody. So if your marketing study, your traffic count, everything is saying, yeah, if we can do it, then you send us the petition, we rezone, we annex and rezone in the same evening, and we move forward. After that, we come back with the development agreement, and that's negotiable. Logan says it. We all know it's negotiable. But I think one thing, the fees is a misunderstanding, if you will. It's like residential with Hamilton. Yes, there's fees, but those are all paid by the people that buy the building permits. The WAC, the SAC, the PIF, those are all part of the building permits. Now,
So that's not something.
but you're gonna know what they are in the development agreement. You're gonna know what they are in the city, but the people that send us a building permit to build the gas station, or they're gonna tell us how much water they're using, so we can decide what that fee is gonna be for the WAC. They're just gonna tell me how many ERUs are working there, or what the capacity is. So those are all things that are worked out in the development agreement. And everybody says it's a go, and I haven't heard anybody saying it's not a go. Please send us the annexation petition and we'll kick things off.
Can I say something? Lee, I was, in one of the things that was pointed out here is you were asking about the timeline it's gonna take to do this. And in that annexation agreement, number 6 spells that out. It's for 30, it says it's within 30 days of receipt of the annexation resolution, the Minnesota Office of Administrative Hearings shall order the annexation as properly described. So once the goes through the process here of going through the public hearing and then approved by the city council for the annexation, and it's got 30 days after that. But
Well, another thing that ought to motivate you guys, I would think a little bit, is 2 years, look how much money you've not collected in property taxes that will be coming into your doors if this.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a given.
A lot of money.
Yeah, that's why I want to get this thing moving ahead, and it was stuck. I just want to get it unstuck and let's go.
Yep.
So I'm gonna be unbiased, so I'm new to the council, but I also want to respect the residents because they value the process. So if we haven't followed the process, we're gonna hear it and it's unfair for them. Personally, I have a data storage unit in the back of my yard, right? And so I want to make sure that our residents are not dealing with that. So if we're not following the process, then shame on us. And I understand that there's frustration because it's taken this long and I empathize for you. But I also want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to our residents. And if we're not doing that, I'm sorry, but I can't support that because that's what we heard loud and clear through all of these developments, that we need to hear our residents and we need to act on it and that they need to be part of that discussion.
Absolutely. Thanks. Absolutely. Great.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure Joe and I are willing to have a meeting with them to move it forward. I mean, I've already said that in an email that I replied. Seems like we're all willing to do that, but I think you guys should just discuss it as much as you want and then just end the meeting and then they'll be left with that, with whatever you say. I just don't want, frankly, I'm a little, just cards on the table here, I'm a little concerned about that objection letter that we received in the packet, I think, you need to give the residents a fair opportunity to be heard on it, even if there's large support. Statute requires it. And when the Hamilton thing started, we thought that was going to be approved. It seemed like it was going to be approved and then it wasn't approved. And I'm just concerned that if you don't follow the process, that could set the city up. I think I didn't draft any of your prior development agreements other than the most recent Two Sisters, which was just a very, very minor development. They were all done before my time, but they all ended up in litigation. I think almost all of them, maybe not all of them, all the way to the Supreme Court in one. And so it's important that those agreements are drafted well. They're not, this is kind of off topic here, but that they're done correctly, that you give, consideration to them, and that you're not promising things without knowing, what the development entails. That's caused a lot of problems for the city. And there's currently one that the League of LMCIT is defending you on an old development agreement that's still coming up to this day. So just be really careful. And I prepared months ago now, I prepared at Jason or Sonny's request, a template development agreement for the city to use moving forward so that the city could review that template and approve it as their template to move forward with all developments. That way we have something that developers know what the city council is going to use and what the basic template. Obviously it's tweaked for each individual development. And so I'd strongly recommend the city do that. I think a lot of cities do that. I think it's a good idea. And I'm trying to push you guys into I take Marie's comments, to heart there. And I think that's correct. I think what she's saying is correct. You've got to follow process and make sure that the process is important and that you're not deciding things before there's applications and you're not, doing things out of order and doing things highly unusual. And so I think that's all I can say about it. I will be happy to work with them if they want to work on it. I get their frustration. So other developers have had frustration in Orinoco too. You don't have many staff and that's going to cause problems, obviously. So, but Joe and I were certainly what we've discussed it. We met only once about it, but I think we're willing to work on it with them.
Lowell at the smallest partners. Probably a couple questions, probably a couple statements. I've been coming to a lot of meetings and, I see positive things happening. It's just in a circle. And I think we need to break that chain. We both need to move ahead positively because this is a very important development for the city. We came and stood before the council and EDA and whatnot and told you guys what we wanted to do. Happened to be, is it Cynthia? So EDA or whatever. Rebecca. 72-page document. Joe laid out exactly what we wanted to do. she was at a meeting here and she says, oh, I have a community survey. This is what we want. It was bullet point for bullet point for bullet point. We've had the public meeting. I've heard absolutely no negative response from anybody. As far as the road not going through, your customers requested that. Your neighbors requested that. We're trying to meet their expectations. I sat right there where you're sitting, Joe, at a meeting, and I was told that there would be no fees. I said, great. That's awesome. Now, if I'm understanding you right, you're talking maybe 1.3, maybe 1.5, could be higher than that, could be lower than that. I run a retail business. I've never asked a customer to pay about this much, and I don't know what it's gonna be. Okay, that's not how I run my business. And it's 54 years in August. I've been at it a while. Now, when I listen to you, Rylan, and I'm not being argumentative, I'm nervous as hell, okay? So just take that into account. These fees that you're asking to pay, are you asking us to come up with $2 million and pay the city to hook on to a pipe that already exists? Or did I just hear you clearly that these are something that the city assesses to the property owners after they buy the property?
I'll take that.
I'll let Joe respond, please.
There is no assessment, but there are wastewater fees in the form of a plant investment fee, a sewer availability fee, and then on the water side, there's a water availability fee, okay? And they are assessed, the wastewater fees are assessed on the basis of equivalent residential units that are gonna happen within the development, okay? The water is assessed on a water availability fee. In the past, the city has had a policy of collecting those fees in conjunction with the issuance of a building permit. Now, I went through these fees with your team in August. I gave you a copy of the fees and talked through that, and I also told you, and I don't, maybe it didn't register because you're looking at or thinking about other things, but we've always done that in Orinoco. The fees are collected with the building permit.
Okay, so
That is a big advantage to the developer because you don't have to front all that money.
that's what I want to clarify. You're not asking our developers, our team, our members here, you're not asking us for money. It's something that will be collected from the people that buy the land.
Correct.
Buy the land.
For those three fee pieces, yes.
So you're not asking us to come up with millions of dollars from the developers to the city?
No.
Okay, that I think is what's been a little bit unclear. Okay,
So some cities do that.
well, and I'm
Rochester does that.
here to understand more because literally I am paying $65 a day on the loan that I took out to buy this land. That's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. I'm a little bit motivated to move this along. Okay?
Is there a way we
So-
can get them guys a copy of the fee schedule? So they can see.
No, that's not a part of what they would be doing.
You know, but there's got some of the fees in there.
I've not seen it.
No, it's,
The other thing is when we get into this application, I read your flow chart for application. We understand there's a 4% fee to the township because they're gonna lose tax revenue. We understand that. We got it. But when I look on the website, I see a 2-page application for annexation to the city. I get an email last week that has a 52-page application for annexation to the city. I believe.
I don't know what that is. Do you guys know what that is?
I have no idea.
2 pages, that is the,
Is the application
is
for
the
annexation?
petition for annexation.
That's what Mike wrote up for you.
It's a two.
I
The other
thought that
document.
Logan had submitted, or I thought Widseth had submitted all the necessary paperwork that you guys needed. I thought that was already done.
They did submit the zoning application. I think within 2 days, Jason denied it because it was deemed incomplete.
Yeah, it didn't have a date on it, I believe, or what.
Days in sequential, there was a lot of stuff that was incomplete on the application, and that was immediately given to them within, like you said, a couple days of why it was being denied, what's going on with that.
Just for clarification, that application was not submitted by Widseth.
We understand that, Logan. I talked to Jace about that. So to the gentleman speaking, you need to work with your engineers. You're hiring them. They do these all the time and they'll help you submit things and draft things. I think that would make this go a lot easier is if you have them help you with that. And that's normally what we see happen. I would say every time that's what we see happen.
So what is this 52-page application?
I don't know. I have no idea. We have no idea what that is.
The affidavit, I mean, the.
Can you send it back so we can see it?
Jason has it. He's the one that sent it out. It was attached to an email that I got.
I have honestly no idea what you're talking about. If you can forward it, send it back to me.
Because that's not.
Hundreds of emails in the last couple weeks. I can't tell you.
Totally wrong, but I thought that it was an application that came from an email from you that I was CC'd on.
Okay, well, with the annexation part of it, if you go to the map and you go to everything else, which is the total annexation of what's going on with Orinoco, it probably is 36 pages, maybe, I don't know, with all the details, you know what I'm trying to say, rather than with that one.
You're not talking about the orderly annexation.
Oh, you know, when you go to the map, so if you take the organized annexation agreement, which is short, but then when you put the map that there is and all the details that go along with it, that's another 5 or 6 page, could have been something that way, but no,
So Lowell, I'd like to explain just a little bit. To kind of help with this $1 million figure you're talking about. So I'll take, for example, Hamilton Real Estate. They want to put in 106 some units. So from a residential standpoint, there's their ERUs is pretty, it's 1 per lot, the WAC depends on the size of the lot for the water and the sewer. So those are all kind of, in his mind, he knows when he goes out to sell that lot, he can tell that owner that's going to buy the lot, there's probably $15,000 wrapped up in the fees on your building permit. So you take that 15,000 times his 100 lots, that's a lot of money. It's not his money,
And that's.
but that's the money he needs to
I was
collect.
trying to clarify because we're partners are trying to wrap our head around. Okay, we have to, as developers, have to pay the city $2 million
No.
or what?
No.
It's all part of our building permits.
I appreciate you clearing that. So,
And what the city does, at least in my experience on all of our developments, is that you do pay for basically engineering and legal fees to develop the development agreement, to review your applications, to review your plat, to review the hydraulic report, to review the geotechnical report, to review a traffic report if there is, to, work through all of that stuff with you. That's not a cost that the city bears. It's directly associated with your project, and the city will ask you to bear those costs, but only to the tune of what it typically costs them. They're not in it to make money. They're just looking to cover their costs.
that's a little bit of the question that I had when I ran over the minutes before or the agenda before I left town today. And I fear that we may be getting ourselves in a position where we sign a check that does not have a dollar amount on it when it comes to these fees that you want to charge us.
No, they will be spelled out in the development agreement.
I want to just make that clear. Joe, I'm not here to argue.
Certainly.
I'm not here to talk in circles anymore.
I do then.
I want a straight line going forward. It's cost us millions. Time to stop. Let's all get on the same train. Let's all go to the same place. If we need help, if you need help, for goodness sakes, let us know what we gotta do. Let's quit pointing fingers. Tired of being on this merry-go-round. Yeah. I'm getting on a damn escalator and I'm going, hey, I want you guys to get on that escalator with us. Can you help us? Thank you for your time.
So, kind of summarize what we talked about, I think what Logan and Mike and Joe are in agreement to kind of have some discussions moving forward. We can have those discussions. And for your perspective, Lowell, from and it's the next thing on our agenda is the cost reimbursement security agreement for the Gold Rush Crossing. And
If I may, on that was not included in the packet as I'm looking at it here. It didn't get added, so we may need to table that so it can be extra reviewed. Just in all the documents I had, it just didn't get bitten off and put in, so can't expect you guys to make a decision on that when it wasn't included. So.
Okay. We'll table that discussion for the next meeting, but I just.
If you'd like to explain it though, because I know the request.
Explain, yeah, so Lowell made reference to it and Joe, so what we do is we have to cover our engineering fees, otherwise it comes out of our residents' budget. So every security agreement that we make for every development, we have, for example, a house or like Two Sisters or Glenn's Motor Coach. There's basically, essentially it's an escrow account for like $55,000, $8,500. And those go towards paying the fees for our engineering, the development agreement from our lawyers, pay for that. That's so difficult for us to budget.
Right, so really what that is an agreement that from day one, when you submit an application, we start meeting, we start reviewing things. It reimburses the city for those costs between the first submittal or the first meeting and the date that the development agreement gets signed. It covers the city's cost for that increment of time and those professional services that are expended then. So the city doesn't essentially get left holding the bag for all of the costs with the development that, you know, the developer could choose to pull the plug or it may not move forward. So that is the purpose of that simple agreement. And the city does that with its developers. And then once the development agreement is executed, it essentially spells out how things are to proceed from them.
So what's that upfront cost for them then in that scenario?
It varies depending on the size of what is being developed. With this one, we had put it around 10,000 just because the estimated cost that we're gonna go into it. Now that is, like they said, in escrow, that money gets put there and then we bill out of that. And then if it's not used, it's not used, it's back to them. It's not to us. It's just so we know we can have our bases covered with the amount of work. I mean, we're already putting in thousands of dollars right now on this project between Joe and Mike and everybody's time. So it's things like that that help cover those costs. And like you said, it's not to make money, it's just so we know that there's funding there for us to get reimbursed for those associated costs.
At the end of the submittal, whatever money's not used, that's returned back to the developer.
So, Joe, do you have any?
I just think a couple comments. Thanks for the time because I didn't think I would be here at 10 o'clock. But at least if we get somewhere, it'll be worth it. But I think from the team standpoint is they are paying for their own engineering. They are paying for their own attorneys. And they think that you probably should pay for yours as a city. So that's a conflict that we need to probably iron out here. we're deeper than a few $1,000s in paying our two people there. And how much? Yeah.
We're in the major.
Yeah, so to be asked, to pay yours is a thorn, I guess, with the team. And, this document that we have not seen or didn't even know about it until the meeting started, is that normal?
It is.
It is, okay, so.
We go with
we're
every
left out.
development grant.
We have no clue what you're discussing or voting or whatever. And that's normal.
The agreement is normal, yes. Normally, it's in the packet. Tonight, it was not. So the council is choosing not to act on it.
Okay. So we had no knowledge of it,
Again,
and that's normal.
until it's sent to you, yes. You would have to sign it too.
Yeah. Okay.
Took a lot of your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Do they have a copy of the two-page agreement to get started?
Yeah, that was emailed to them.
Just want to make sure.
The annexation, yeah, they have that.
So if they could walk away with one next step, what is that? They need to complete the annexation document?
Well, what'll happen is they'll fill that agreement out, they'll submit it to city, it'll come to city, it'll get sent to planning and zoning. Planning and zoning.
I just want them, it seems like there's miscommunication happening of what was submitted, what needs to happen, so if they can walk away with the first next step. Like, it's pretty clear of what we're asking of them. And then the steps forward will continue, but again, it seems like there's a lot of, history with this and frustration on both sides, so again, I think if we can do that next step. I think that's the thing we need to do. Cause I don't think we're gonna get a solution that's appeasable to everybody right here.
We're on C1 that says motion to be made to approve a reimbursement and security agreement. And I think that's tonight.
That's what we just tabled
Yeah, it
because
was on the
because
agenda,
that
but
document.
And we don't know what it is.
And the agreement was not in the packet,
Can we get a copy of that?
of course. I will send that to you.
Typically, it's gotta be approved by council before we submit it out to you guys to review, to accept or not. This isn't like the development, it's a much shorter, just compressed 4-page document that is very, it's compressed in what it is, and it's written by Mike and Joe, and then council gives the approval for it as the starting point, and then it moves forward. That's typically how the CSAs have worked in my time here, and I could be wrong, but I'll turn to Joe because they've got more experience with that.
You know, if we get into this situation that there is to do that, you know, when we're trying to move this along a little bit quicker. You know, you could also request to have a special meeting that we could get together to go over just that, to move that along, so you don't have to wait another 30 days to be able to get moving on that one, so we can move as quick as possible. It takes us 3 days to publish for a special meeting, okay? Just so you know, okay, off of that, and then we can do it. So it's not the day that you requested, it's the day after, so. You know, there's some technicalities, but we could do that to move this along as quick as we can for you guys, so it doesn't just continue to sit there.
We do, business practices that we practice. We do have to have things in writing before we agree to annex to the city.
And I think we would feel the same. We would want things in written documentation so we can hold the city accountable and you guys accountable too. So I think a special meeting probably would be wise to make sure we're following steps.
And I will say, my apologies for my conduct earlier tonight. That's not my personality at all. But the presentation started out very poor. And we listened to somebody talk for about 30 minutes and nothing was positive about our people and our project that we're trying to work on. And then it followed up after that. So it didn't start very well. Presentation was awful, but let's just get to the finish line. Thank you.
Can I give you maybe a line of personal advice? So if we're gonna do this and we're gonna work together, then we all need to come to the table with a different attitude.
Big time.
So,
Especially this guy too.
well, everybody, not finger pointing, everybody, what happened in the past, we can't change it.
Yeah,
I think we have to have a new vision on what we're trying to do moving forward.
Well,
and do that.
the only thing I'll say is we have to do things the legal way. And that's really important to me that we don't break the law. So, and we have to do things the legal way. And if there's requests to break the law, that's not going to go well. So, we'll work with you. Of course, I sent an email saying we'll work with you. In fact, I asked several questions in that email that I didn't really get answers to, but I think I get it now. Because keep in mind, I'm an outsider here. I wasn't involved with this for 2 years. So, I get something slapped in our desk that is demanding what I would consider extreme demands for development. That's difficult to look at that and say, ooh, so we'll work with you on it as best we can, but it might not be.
We
I
have
still think
asked questions for months that have never been answered, including Joe asked one of Jason today. We ask at planning and zoning.
Nobody's ever asked me anything. So this is the first time involved. And I know I've done lots of developments. I represent 12 cities. We do development agreements all the time. We do developments all the time. I know what it's supposed to look like, and this is not what it's supposed to look like. I'm not saying it's entirely the developer's fault because I don't really know what happened, but this is important for the city. You have to understand that, the city residents, it's important to them that we start doing these. And I say start because there's been a decades-long history, well before the 5 people that are on the council now, decades-long history of maybe not doing the best on these developments. And it's really cost the city financially many times. And I've reviewed after the fact, I've reviewed those mistakes. And it's important to me that we do the right process, the legal process, and that sort of thing. And so that's really where I'm coming from. Process is important. And Councilmember Marie had said that. I agree with what she said there. So that's really.
I agree with Marie also. I think your attitude now is so much better and understanding than it was for the first 30 minutes.
Well, the email we got set the tone for my attitude.
Yeah, but
I
don't know if all of us know about your back and forth emails that you thought were threats and Logan thought was threats. I have no idea.
I think the only other thing I'll say substantively is if you've had conversations with the township about developing in the township, we need to be a part of those conversations because we have the authority to approve that, not the township. And I don't know, that development or that annexation agreement was signed a long time ago. I don't know what they think or what they don't know, and that kind of thing. And we've always worked well with the township since I've been here. We have a very good relationship with the township. I want to make sure that, especially with the wastewater project, we've worked really well with the township. I want to make sure that we're on the same page with them about what can and cannot happen here. So anyway, I'm not well either. I've got the flu, so I'm going to sign off. Is that okay, Jason?
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Logan.
Yep. Thanks.
I also have the flu. I will sign off. We're done.
Thanks, Logan.
No.
Okay. Well, let's move on then. Next item is our Employee Relations Committee. Marie, would you want to explain the background there?
Yep, I have 2 call to action. So the first one is looking at approving the updated job descriptions for the admin assistant and the city clerk position. So based on some conversations that we had in our special meeting, I was able to contact a few staffing agencies in Rochester. Their pricing model to hire temp for that admin assistant is a 1.5 to 1.55 times their hourly rate. So for instance, if we would hire an employee at 25 bucks an hour, we would actually pay them 38 bucks an hour. So over a 4-month period, that would cost us in addition about a $23,000 just to have them part-time for 4 months. So based on the positive of doing an agency would be they handle all benefits, they handle recruitment, they handle if someone's not working out, they do all the interviews, they do all the drug testing, and they do all the evals and the appraisals. But with all of that considered, obviously we have budget constraints. I would suggest that we approve both of those positions and post them ourselves. And then if that is approved, the next item is really looking at a employee relations committee, which would help with the interview process, as well. So I'll stop there. Questions?
Yeah, on, jobs description that there was, on the one, with the administrative assistant, which is on page 2, 196. Okay, you had down here for associate degree. Okay, an AA degree on that for the assistant. Okay, and you had a college or a high school degree for the clerk. I think that they should maybe be switched around the other way, okay?
Is that preferred or is that required?
I would say that it would be, well, you want to have a high school degree or GDA, that would be required, I would think.
We have preferred and required in there.
And so this is the minimum requirements you have here on 196 on page 2.
Okay, yep.
That was the only thing that I kind of went, that's a little bit tough for the assistant part of it.
That makes sense.
Okay, so to put those, other than that, I think everything was good. The only thing else I was looking to, one of the requirements we're gonna need on page 198, which is on the city clerk. We need to have somebody that's a notary public, okay, because we offer that service there is with the city, that I think that's important to be able to put in.
You want that as a,
Notary. That doesn't take hardly anything.
So I'm just saying, but I, that was one of the things that I wanted to have for, that we mentioned some of that's in there. That was all. I was just going through, the rest of it was excellent. I think you did a very, very good job.
yeah, we could put that in there
Yeah,
or
everything.
assist to get on that.
You want, because I didn't have one before I started and I got one within.
But I'm just saying, but the rest of it was very good on everything. You did an excellent job. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it only takes $120 in an application to Secretary of State to get that, so.
Again, that was just, you did a great job. Everything else was very, very good. Thank you very much for that.
The first motion then to approve those two.
Yeah. Do you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve those two job descriptions.
I'll second that.
With those changes.
With the edits.
Yeah, with those changes, yeah.
Yep.
And somewhere, where did I read about where you're going to post it?
I don't know.
We
where
normally do
post
news and
the-
record.
Newspapers.
Yeah.
Because that's our regular paper, right?
We've got a lot of places we post. News record, we advertise on LinkedIn, we can advertise on Indeed, we advertise on Facebook, we advertise on our city page, post it here at City Hall. And then I'm sure there's other places, the LMC we can advertise on as well. There's a lot of.
Especially, well, actually for both positions for LMC.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I think it's excellent. Moving on, we need the staff. So.
Yes.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Moved. Base on the next item.
Yep, I can talk about the next one.
I take off.
Oh, we'll see you, Joe.
Thanks for your input.
Yes, thank you.
So on the next item, we are looking at proposing to rename the Personnel Committee to the Employee Relations Committee to really modernize its purpose of fostering positive employee relations to be able to support the city of Orinoco's growth from an employee perspective. And then also making sure that we're effectively utilizing our resources in terms of people. And so there's a committee charter in there, and really their main function for an employee relations committee would be focused on recruitment, hiring, and making sure that we're looking at proactive 360 interviews. So what are we doing well? How do we improve? How do we cross cover? All of those things in a more proactive way versus waiting for exit interviews. Also making sure that we're recognizing and rewarding exceptional performance. Also looking at compensation and benefits, so they are fair as well as competitive. And then also looking at the HR policies, so really having kind of an oversight to those, making edits, making sure that we have, kind of to your point, all of like the appendix at the end of what's changing and when we change that. And so this committee would be made up of 3 members, so either 2 council members or a council member and the mayor, and then the city administrator, so trying to keep it small and nimble. And then the proposal would be that they meet the second Monday of the month, but that could be rearranged. But I think that this would be a way to really think about staffing and what we need in a more collective way, and try to create it to really foster our employees that have worked here, as well as making sure that we're thinking about ways to improve that so we can keep our staff here as long as we can.
Excellent. That's appreciate the time you've been spending on
Very good. I make a motion to approve this new employee relation committee.
Second.
Who's the second?
Riley.
I like the way it's been outlined, and also the subtitles or the subject of each of the titles. I think is very clear, and I think it's definitely something we need, and I think the employees would like seeing it too.
I think the one thing
Especially as we grow.
the one thing to note is like typical like HR responsibilities. So like Jason with time cards and performance improvement plans would still be managed by the manager. This would be able to be kind of that higher level of looking at things, but the day-to-day operations would still be managed by the manager to follow kind of chain of command from an HR perspective. So not trying to overstep boundaries, but making sure we're thinking about it in a collective view.
And on, just on that meeting, like, so like Kane is the supervisor, manager of his area, oversees his, and then the
Yep.
next level up overseeing the rest.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Editorial comment, first paragraph.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to have it too.
People and culture.
Oh.
Second paragraph. Yeah.
Okay.
Last sentence in the second.
Yep.
Sorry.
This will need to get added to the resolution for council
Oh, assignments.
assignments as well, just so you're aware. And it looks like, right now, it's got the meeting date for the second Monday of each month, so.
Do we want
That doesn't work. I mean, it can,
do we want to put this on the next one for?
That'd be a TBD.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be to be determined, because we don't know
Yeah.
who's gonna be on it with what's going on.
I think personally, I think Ryland's got a lot on his plate, so I don't know how much more he needs to add to that too, but.
All right, next item is,
But we can add that to next month, right? For the finish it.
okay,
We can add that to next month instead of tonight, or what do you?
Well, it should be, the role should be assigned with the rest of the council roles tonight. It should be added
We've
on.
already voted on it, so.
Gotcha.
to be added on since it's now voted on and approved as a, okay.
And the date can move with whoever's on it.
We'll put the second Monday on there as the tentative date. That can be changed later by whoever's in the group, but
Yeah.
we have the dates on the rest of them, so should be put on there as well.
Daniel,
Yes.
your legal services section.
Yeah, so first, I think first we'll do the standardizing agenda item submission. So I created a document that kind of helps outline expectations and make it easy to submit items. At this point, it can be emailed to Jason. Unfortunately, the submit button isn't working the way that I wanted it to, but as you can see, I attached the document and actually Marie used the document to submit one of hers as well. But basically this would just standardize the way that we submit items to add to the agenda, help Jason put them where they need to be. And then with this, it would be a creation of a new section for items that need legal counsel and having that section move to the very front of the agenda as well. So it'll help organize items appropriately, minimizing costs for legal fees.
I think that's good. I was looking at this and when I pulled it, was it done as a PDF that I pulled out of mine? So I couldn't do anything with it, so.
Okay, so the current document that you would have will be a editable
Okay, as long as that
PDF
was
with
it.
check boxes and you can type into the text fields, and then I'll work on the submit button. It's supposed to work as the clear button works great, but the submit button doesn't work the way it's supposed to right now. It's supposed to just send it straight to Jason's email and be done with it. But I haven't gotten an idea if that actually works, and I think it broke my email.
No, that was the only thing that I saw, you know, because I think it's a good way to take a look at it.
Restart your
and-
computer, you're saying?
Yeah, I had to go through settings and get it all squared away. So for the time being, it'll be this PDF document. As you see, we're gonna discuss kind of a soft go live later with the Diligent program. And this document will be the header when we all get logged in to Diligent to submit. So when we go in to add it, we'll be adding our own items. We'll fill this out and then it gets added to the agenda. Well, it gets sent to Jason to approve. And then either way, it's the same document. It's just that one will be a Word format.
Okay.
Until Diligent can actually get the programming to recognize a PDF form. If we like the Word document, we can leave it as is. So I think the only difference between this document and the one that will be on Diligent is I moved section 5, public notice and outreach, actually underneath for city clerk's office use. I feel like that's probably more appropriate for them to determine if something needs public hearing notification or whatever than us guessing yes or no. So I did move that under. But this gives you an option to attach your documents, and it allows us to have all the information well up front. So when we're looking at packets, we have everything laid out, spelled out for us, so.
I think it's a great idea. I think it will help us with streamlining decisions and documenting decisions, as well as from a transparency for residents to know what's being discussed and what's the background. So they can decide if they're gonna come or not to a meeting.
I think it also, when we're putting something on the agenda, it gives us a chance to really think about what we're putting down there, okay, and the reasoning behind it, okay, because we're not really trying to waste time, okay? But I think it makes us think too.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's something we're missing, then let's go find that before we submit it to what goes on to the council.
So Bree, are you saying this submittal form would be in the packet?
I think I think
Or
it
should
would
be in the
be.
packet?
I think it should be like your briefing document and then your supporting information.
Yeah,
What you were thinking.
and the diligent software, you actually have to fill out, there's two or three main text boxes you have to fill out in the diligent software. They are included in this. They're actually included in this document. So what I did was I copied from this document, and pasted it into diligent, and when I talked to Jason, he said that it came through, it looked really good. And then part of that actually populates automatically once he approves it to the packet, to the agenda.
So you've been working
Agenda,
with Jason on this?
Well, the diligent part, I've been working with Jason on this, and I've been kind of spitballing with him to make sure that like it's not overkill, or he would have enough information to put in there. And
If it's rejected or there's a question, you gotta let us know, Jason.
Yeah, so what'll happen is you'll submit it, an email will be sent to me that it was submitted, I'll review it. And then if it's approved, you'll get notified. If it's submitted back, it'll say rejected and anything needs to be adjusted. You'll get an email notification saying, hey, this got sent back to you. Fix it.
Yeah, I mean, that way, especially as
Yeah.
we get started on this, to make sure we're doing it right.
Okay, so the document, everybody will have access to immediately, and I can either send those out, or Jason can probably just send that out for you to save onto a desktop or
Yeah, no,
whatever.
that's what I was trying to do, because I thought it was, but then it came out a PDF and I went, oh, that's.
Yeah, I saved mine just in Word and typed, because we were
And that would
having
be-
some issues with it, like,
Yeah.
it wouldn't bring it down and wrap the text, so
Yeah.
you'd write something and it was like off the page.
Yeah, it was going off the page and then shrinking the font,
Yeah.
but it was keeping
I
it
put it
in
in
one.
Word.
I did get that straightened out, but
So you guys are talking about Diligent. I'm not familiar with that program.
That's the new software we got that was approved for the.
I know we approved one, okay, so that's it.
Yeah,
then.
that's that
Okay, so
program.
this is just coming out new then.
Yeah, this is what we've been working on it for the last couple months, 4 months, whatever. We've been 4 or 5 months working through getting everything ready to go, and we're finally getting to the point where we're gonna start going live with it to use.
Okay.
Thank
As
you
a
for
city.
working.
Yeah, no, I think it's, hey, we've got to move ahead, so.
I make a motion to approve the implementation of stage 1A.
Okay.
What was the official title again?
standardizing agenda item submission.
Submission.
Yes.
You made a motion on that?
Yes, it is.
I'll second that.
Just for stage 1A, is that what it is?
Yeah, we gotta start.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved.
Good job, Daniel.
So the next one is the legal service section of the council agenda.
Yep, so this will fall right in line. So if that checkbox is legal services are requested, then what I would like to do is create a heading. And after public notice is that we have, as soon as we can, hit those items that Mike needs to address and then send him on his way.
Yeah, the same thing I think with Joe too, if we could do that, because I think that would be helpful too, because we pay for their time.
Yeah.
And I think the more we can do Zoom with Mike, I think he'd appreciate it more. We just have to drive all the way up here.
Yeah, there's.
And I know if I can speak on that, I know the one thing, most of Joe's stuff, the water stuff is all and right up there at the front.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say to make it where we can do it and use the Zoom more. And I think that Joe would appreciate that too, if he doesn't have to be here.
Yeah.
That he can do it that way.
It's definitely nice to have one of them here tonight and not both of them online trying to, yeah. So that would hopefully that would minimize legal fees by not
Oh,
keeping
yeah,
them
absolutely.
here.
I think that was what I was,
All
yeah,
night.
it's great. Yeah.
Just for your information, Mike charges an hourly rate versus Joe is $50 a meeting.
Okay,
So there is a difference between the two
yeah,
services.
so we would wanna move the
Joe's to
legal.
the end of the meeting.
We should have made him stay, right?
All time.
Don't tell him now.
Cut that out.
So,
$50.
and I know that our agenda is formed in a specific way, but this would be creating a whole new section.
That's fine. I think we can adjust that. I mean, that's not cast in stone. I think that, we're trying to move it ahead. That'd be better. Is that right, Jason, or?
We'll have to say, from the city standpoint, it is in city ordinance. So at some point, we will have to address this in the future of amending the city ordinance, or in my perspective, I think it should just be that specific portion of the ordinance should just be rescinded and taken away. Like, I don't know why that's an ordinance to begin with. I've never seen that before. The layout of how the council does their packet is not something I've ever been familiar with. So again, it'll need to be addressed in the future, but I don't think it's a huge issue if we're making the motion to add something to it. As long as we, I think, take the steps to address it, I'd say within this next year, to address that ordinance, I think we'll be okay.
That ordinance is 30.20 for your reference.
I got it.
By the agenda. That's called out. It's not a. Its value of an ordinance is kind of minimal, I think. We changed a lot of things.
So is that actually an ordinance or is it just a resolution?
Well, it's in our ordinance right now.
Ordinance.
I make a motion to approve the creation of the legal service section of the city agenda.
Second.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that's approved.
For I'm just gonna briefly touch on which is stage 1B, which is to start looking at devices, laptops, tablets, that we can go and move more paperless printing, get rid of printing. I think our budget for printing last year was like $10,000. And I know that like for the budget meetings, we were getting giant pieces of paper. And so let's just, we can either table this one till next time, or you can
Start thinking about it.
email me individually, please, on like what your preferences would be, what kind of devices that you would need to replace the paper. So my thought is, right now is, with tablets, you can get stylus, so you can actually edit all your documents right on the screen. And so that would come out of budgeted money. But if you want to email me individually of your thoughts on that, I still have to look into like what we can use with the system that we currently have, if Mac, Android, and Windows all work with this.
And we're pushing $500 a piece.
Yeah, I believe it's 500.
Can you buy anything for $500?
Well, so the lowest, from what I've looked into, the lowest cost of entry for something like that would end up being an iPad, but I think that might be the highest likelihood of a compatibility issue is Apple devices here, but I could be wrong.
You got one over there though.
I got one here, but I'm not trying to like
Link it to that.
yeah, like or
They talk well to their own.
yeah, and part of the other part will be looking at the AI portion of it, which is I don't know if that's on here or
I
not.
didn't see that on here. This is
It's at the bottom,
diligent.
page 4.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, okay.
And so with
Okay, well, let's
that,
email you.
Yeah.
Or desire.
either, what you would like to see in a device, so I can look across and see kind of what would work.
Software would be another cost probably.
So most of the stuff would come onto, like if we go Apple, most of that software is already embedded in the product, which is really nice for that. If you go Windows, you might have additional fees for other software.
Add software.
So for when you get into the budget laptops, you usually are stripping away a lot of that stuff that would come with a more
$5
expensive.
software,
Yeah.
then.
Next item is a workshop.
Hold in here.
Yep, so the next item is the diligent discussion. So this will be a soft go live for next meeting. So I'd be looking for a couple of volunteers to sit down with either myself or Jason, go through that program, learn how to submit through that program. And for February's items, we'll actually submit, the volunteers will submit through Diligent, and anybody who doesn't want to will just submit using the form.
If we're gonna get into this, I wanna learn, so put me down as a volunteer that, so have patience, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and either you'll work with me or Jason, I don't, probably me, probably me. It's easy, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna
I'll be part of it, but I'll be in the background,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the best way for me to
We
get.
would just need to make sure that we get all of the password requests sent out if they haven't been already.
Yeah, and I guess you could probably look at that, since you have
Okay.
the authority to kind of see where that's in there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're ready to go, they just have to go into the menu. and
To
set
go
them out.
into probably settings and,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'll look into that. They said, I, full transparency, I was on a phone call with the Diligent people and Jason, and they set me up as an admin for it currently, so I have the rights to, if you
Okay,
need
can
something.
I just use my regular laptop now?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Yeah. The device thing, that doesn't have to come for a while, but we'd like to try to phase out and get away from printing as much as we do.
Keep me in the loop too for the dates for the training.
Yes, okay.
I was voluntold, so.
Yeah, I heard you volunteered for it, so, all right.
Okay.
Where are we? I think that's it.
Your letter.
For the memo. Yeah, so if you take a peek at the memo, just some foreshadowing for things to come. One thing that I'm looking at doing, and this is why the devices are gonna be important, is I'm looking for a program that we can use that will automatically take notes for us and for our committees. The one that I found right now that seems to be work best will actually log in as a person on a phone call, and it can determine who's speaking. And it will transcribe our entire meeting.
Jason, weren't we looking at that before we talked about that last
We
year?
have
What
used
did-
some other ones in the past, but they're not to the level they need to be, because they.
Okay, because I know that we had talked about this last year.
Yeah, they end up
Okay.
transcribing just.
Most of
What's
them are
that?
hard to
Read
distinguish
AI.
people.
Read AI was one of them. The one I'm looking at is Otter AI, and supposedly that's the best one for in-person meetings like we have. So it'll be able to log in here and listen, and it'll say speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3.
I've used the Read AI a couple times. It's just amazing how it transcribes everything.
Yeah.
Verbatim.
A couple of cool things with the Otter AI is it gives you the full transcript. You can go in and say, give me a breakdown of what was discussed, because I don't want to look at the whole thing.
What's it
Give me
called?
Otter AI, like the animal, OTTER.ai. It is a paid service. It's actually not terrible for what it would offer if it works the way we want it to.
Can we get a trial period?
There's a trial period, and what I was thinking is, one of the shorter meetings that we have, I don't know if it'll be Parks and Trails or, have roads call a meeting just to try it. I don't know. But the trial is limited to 30 minutes. for a meeting, so that'll
So-
never work for us.
You have to tell everybody else, be careful what you say because it will be
It will
there. and
transcribe
that's-
it.
That's,
It'll actually give you a searchable database of your minutes, so I can say, what did Mike say about this? And it'll come back and spit out
Yeah.
a summary of everything. So if it works, it's something that would have to be trialed, but if it works, it could streamline our minute taking for our committees, for us, give us searchable.
and it'll be instantly done, which is great to be.
Yeah, the only human work would probably go back and say speaker one was Paul, speaker two was Jim, something like that. There's other programs, if we were all to go Microsoft Teams and transcribe, it doesn't do a good job of determining who's speaking, so we would almost have to have like a earbud or a microphone in for that to actually function and be in that meeting as well, so. Anyway, we can move on from that, but I'm just looking into its very initial stages and I'll probably come forward with a few free trials that I might hop in and try and trial with some of our meetings or do the first half hour of one of our meetings here and just see how it performs.
Okay.
I think it's very, I mean, last year, it's like, yeah, we did something to make it better for everybody, so.
Yeah, this program, you should be able to drop this YouTube video, just take the file, drop it into their server and it'll transcribe the old meeting as well. So for catching up on meetings, it could be a potentially good.
What's the subscription price on that?
The way that I foresee it is we would need one user and it would be City of Orinoco and it would just be used for each committee or, and it's $17 a month.
That's all?
That's it.
Oh, that's
For
pretty
the pro,
expensive.
for the pro.
Oh, that's cheap.
And it's super cheap. And it gives a whole bunch of other feedback, like how many minutes speaker one spoke in the meeting and what their general tone was. I mean, probably stuff we don't need, but it's a pretty neat little tool that it could be useful, but it could streamline our meetings and hopefully
yes.
The impact would that be $450 a year, but we wouldn't necessarily
But
then
$450
need
is cheap compared to what you're gonna pay for somebody to turn around and.
to sit there and take minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Taking minutes.
Right.
Or trying to catch up on minutes.
Well, I'm just thinking, what did we do? We did 3 and it was like $750 for 3 of those that we did for the old ones. I mean, so that's.
And that was a professional company. They were good. I mean.
Oh, no, I know that. I'm just saying, looking, comparing the costs. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's come a long way in the last couple of years, and I think Teams is going to be able to do speaker recognition. That would be like probably the highest cost of entry, lowest cost of maintaining to do something like that. But this Otter AI is
Well, we could always do this one if Teams comes around later on.
Yeah.
Flip to that one if we think that one's gonna be better and give it a try.
Okay, that's a good discussion. Let's go on to the next item, which is looking at our annual resolution 2025 City of Orinoco official designations. The 2 openings that are not filled, you're looking at page 210 in our packet. So when you look at our official designations, you'll see Minnesota statutes recognized in just about everywhere as, and so that's something we continue to need to follow. Recommendations of our attorney in previous meetings, so.
There was the only thing I was looking at is a whereas, and we've been through this a couple of times on making sure that we know before you sign contracts on that one, which is a whereas. And also, just what we went over last year too, if we need to do that again, but I don't know if you want to bring that back.
So as we look at the different titles, I would like to consider the council approve Marie as being our mayor pro tem. And for the authorized signature, myself as the mayor being signature for this coming year.
Well, we've already been through that last year. Okay, and the answer was no, and the council agreed on that one, so, sorry. I mean, I'm a
Again, we're stating the
signatory.
Minnesota statute, we feel like
We already went through the whole Minnesota statute thing and went through and
We just did that in the beginning. of
we did that in
November.
November and, you know, I even made a copy of that too, if you want to go back through the minutes.
I remember.
Okay, so you know, if you want to go back there, we'll do it, but the answer is, it's been taken away from you, Ryland, for a reason, okay?
So what processes would need to be put in place to feel comfortable? Maybe comfortable is not the right word, but to do this. Again, I think we need to think about what's the right checks and balances for all in this space, and I don't know if there's a suggestion to get us there. We can't change what happened in the past. I think it was admitted that we made some mistakes there, but I mean, what would be a compromise or things put in place to make sure that it's being followed? I mean, what would make you feel comfortable, Jim? I mean, you've been in it.
If that would be, we'd have to have 3 signatures that there are when we do it, and I'd feel comfortable.
Could that be an interim process until we,
Sure.
6, 8 month or 4 months or whatever?
Yeah, I'd try it for.
To make sure that we have.
We don't have that on our checks, so we gotta order all new checks and redo stuff that's not, that I'll be honest, from the city side, that's not to be, I don't believe that's feasible and realistic. So I'm gonna say that from my perspective as a city administrator, just doing that. We have the 2 spots for the check signing, so I think another solution should be considered before we try to throw on a third.
Okay, then I would say, let me continue on signing checks for maybe the next 6 months. And then from that point,
Revisit it.
okay, and then be open to it.
The way that I look at this is, despite having check signing privileges removed, Ryland was reelected. And I think that, that speaks volumes. And I think we probably need to steer back towards Mike's recommendation.
Just so you know, when we did this, was after he was already elected, that we went back through this in November.
But
And did that, so he had already been elected at that time.
But
So
his
that's
term
when
hadn't started, his new term hadn't
we had
started.
still looked at that and what was going on at that time.
And I don't know that that's super relevant because his new term hadn't started.
I think we need to find ways to move forward, beyond just bringing up old issues. We're all in the seats because we were elected here, and I think we need to find solutions, that move us forward and not just continue patterns. So that would be a thought process of what are things that need to happen, that we're all on the same page, that we're documenting and we're doing that cross communication so that everyone's comfortable with these things. I think.
I can appreciate your comment about being old issues, but so is the fire department audit.
But we're
You know,
getting
that's an old
answers for
issue
that.
too, that we haven't come to a resolution on it, so.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow your line.
Well,
of thought there.
we're still talking about, the fire department's an old issue too.
But we're getting audit.
Marie's calling this an old issue. And well, the fire department's an old issue too it's bringing the audit forward in that, so.
I mean, it's worked fine. I don't think I've ever missed anything that there is, even less than a day for signing everything that I've signed up to this point. It's never been an issue.
And I don't know if it's the issue of timeliness. I think we want to make sure that we're setting people up for success and we're setting up processes for success. And you're doing a great job. I'm just saying, I just wonder if we need to think about, like, how do we get to the right path and keep it there? So whoever's sitting in this seat is following that process. It may be your island, it may be someone else, whatever. But if we don't have good checks and balances, we're always gonna wonder what checks are being signed and what money is going out the door. So I do think that we need to think about like the process to get us to the right solution versus what happened in the past. We can't change that, but how do we look forward to the future? And we do it as a collective group, so we're all talking about these things.
Well, maybe to clear that up, maybe what should happen is the bills are in the packet. The checks that need to be signed are in the packet each month.
And that's what happens each month.
Yeah, we don't see it till afterwards.
But I don't think they get signed.
We don't see the check.
No, those haven't been printed, signed. That's the thing is they get approved by council and then they get printed and signed and go that way. That's the way it's supposed to be done.
So we're
And
gonna
there's
get those
certain
in
things-
advance, is what we're gonna get now,
Say
so
what?
after the fact, this is before?
So there's certain bills that you by law can pay without council approval because they've already been approved. So your payrolls, your healthcare, dental care, and then like anything that's outstanding, like contracts that are pre-done, there's certain things that already fall within, they've been given council permission, you have that. Then there's the approval process with states and laws, everything else needs to come before council before it gets, the check is officially signed and mailed off. No matter what the amount is, could be 75 cents, could be $20,000. There still needs to come to council on the check register, which we do every month and have been since I've been here. And that gets in the consent agenda and is approved in the consent agenda, and then that goes out. So I know in the past, there's been some times where some of the checks have been signed beforehand, some, and then that's in the consent agenda to go out because there's a timing issue with some of the bills of, oh, well, this one's due on the 12th. Well, our council meeting is not till the 24th, but it's a $20,000 bill that needs to get paid or this or that, and that's an extreme example, but there's certain things that were in the past, they've done that, and I'm trying to work on getting our dates changed. So our bills are due after council, so we're not getting penalized and things like that, but that's a process that I need help with, which means I need staff for it. But it's one of those things, like I said, I went through the check register, there's stuff in there that was due a couple weeks ago, but it's one of those, they need to be approved by council, so that's the step I'm taking from our end, from the administration, is to say, okay, we're changing dates if they need to be, but all of our checks are gonna be coming out after they come through the council packet in the consent agenda.
So you say there's gonna be, going forward, there's gonna be more, we're gonna see more checks in here in the consent agenda.
They've been there every month.
I mean, we
Since
wanted,
I
but
started
those were always the end
So
ones
they
after
weren't-
they
they
had
weren't
already
here.
been signed.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same thing, it's just they're not gonna be signed yet for some of them. So
if there's
it's,
something that we have an issue with, we can take a look at it.
address it at council, yeah, but there's, like I said, the ones that are signed are your standardized, your payroll, the ones that have already been approved and,
Yeah, I don't think we're talking, we don't.
yeah, everything else will be coming before in the consent agenda in this check register report
Well,
to get approval.
on trying to be more, and again, I want to watch on what there is for signing, especially some of the stuff that got signed for contracts, but as long as we got that before, which I think you agree, Ryland, on that Mike said it's got to come to us before you turn around and do those things.
And that's, Councilman Phillips, sorry to interrupt, just real quick, but that's like the CSA thing. That was to come before council before it gets signed and put out to them. Like,
And that's all I want to do,
part of that process.
off of that, to move ahead, okay, and to make things try the other way around. Ryland, I'll give it back to you.
I think, again,
Okay.
I think we just need to,
But
I appreciate that, but I think we just, my mindset is, my concern is, the bottom line is that a resident's gonna come, you know, a lawyer out in our residence, they'll come and say, why aren't you following your Minnesota statute? And we got an answer by saying the mayor signed it.
Okay, now the other thing that there is, in the meantime, till you get everything signed up to the bank, I'll sign whatever there is until then. Cause you gotta put your signatory back in the bank and get all that stuff with that paperwork.
Oh, with the bank, yes.
Okay, so until the meantime, I'll do that, okay.
Yeah, if there's anything that's eminent here that. I appreciate that, thank you. I'd like
And
to
I-
think there, you know, what happened a year and a half ago is history. It's noted. I recognized it was a mistake and, we're moving forward, so I think that's what I'd like to see happen, so.
I think everyone makes mistakes, right? We wouldn't be here if we didn't. I think this is best practice, though. I
I
mean, being
think
able to
that's-
have
yeah,
these
absolutely.
things, and if there's something, Jason, that's like unusual, like flagging that, so we know we need to talk about X, Y, Z. This is, you know, a normally high for a tree removal, right? I think this is best practice to be
Yeah.
able to.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and I think this is really good, doing it ahead of time, I think.
And I'm sorry it's not in with the packet. I literally got it done today. I'm trying to catch up.
No, I think this is really
Everybody
good.
watching.
Who really wants to look at all these numbers?
All right, well,
All right,
there's no more discussion, we're vote. A roll call vote.
Ron, did you finish off who the second? Is it you and then the clerk position?
No, it's gonna be you until
City clerk, whatever.
Can I stay on there, Ryland, in case you're not around?
Yeah, that's fine.
You know, and I'll
I'll be the
let you.
primary, you'd be the.
you
Yeah,
got all the
secondary, yeah.
paperwork, right?
Huh?
You got all the paperwork in
Yeah,
already.
yeah, it's already done and it's on there then, so.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get this right.
So can that be done in one? All
You'll be
three of those are done
in
in
there
one.
too, right, Jason?
Yeah, just give me a second. So I have Mayor Ikorst as primary, council signatory, and Councilman Phillips as secondary.
And Ryland's lead inspector.
Who made the motion? I didn't catch that.
There was no motion made yet.
Make it quick.
Can they all be done in one? Mayor pro
These are all
term.
done on.
So what
Oh,
I'm having them do
everything's
is having them list these empty spots on here and then
Motion.
motion to approve it with the,
Which one you on?
we're only on resolution one. There's
Yeah,
three
so,
vacancies.
Yeah,
Oh, page 6, bottom.
So I have on there, it'll be included in the vacant spots here, so Mayor Pro Tem is Marie, and then, the two signatories would be, Ryland and Deb, and then the future clerk position as well. Okay,
So you're adding future clerk onto that?
yeah, it'll be under. Yeah, there's two lines on checks.
So, we need a second then.
Second. Did I make the motion?
Who made the motion?
I will second it.
I can't second my own motion?
Done and done.
And you,
I'll second it then.
I think you second.
I seconded.
Yeah, let's give Marie a second. Comments or discussion, in the roll call.
All right, roll call, Mayor Ikorst,
Aye.
Counselor Pendergrass,
Aye.
Counselor Rice-Brover,
Aye.
Counselor Phillips,
right,
Counselor Spring.
Aye.
Okay, next item is our resolution 2025-02, for resolution approving committee appointments.
Here's what I'd like to do, Ryland. I'm taking classes Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'll take all of the Monday night alternate classes, alternates on here. For the alternate liaisons. For all those Monday
Responders
night
and-
ones, huh?
So it's first.
Say that again?
First
On Monday night,
responders,
there's
parks
three
and trails,
liaisons.
and fire.
I'll take those 3 Monday night ones, the alternates,
Alternate liaison.
the alternates.
The alternate council liaison. That one,
I'm sorry?
that one you're looking at, that,
Or class count.
yeah, the one after.
So Paul's volunteering to be the liaison, the alternate liaison for first responders, parks and trails, and the fire department / fire relief.
Yeah.
We need to add the
Employee relations.
employee relations committee, and do we need to address steering
Yes,
committee?
Bob, the EDA. That's a TBD until we.
I'd like to keep fire if I could.
Do we want to address steering committee or you,
That's not us.
that's, no,
No, we don't.
No, that's not a
That's-
permanent one.
that's just a-
okay,
It's just a temporary as we get this stuff done.
okay.
I'd like to do fire. You want me to hang with you
Fire,
on?
excuse me, Jim, fire department, fire relief.
Yeah. I was doing, I'll do planning and zoning, and if you want me to hang around with water and sewer too, I'll still do that, so. I watched that for the last 2 years, so.
Yeah, we'd like to get Daniel Marie into. I think Jim, I'm okay. I think it's good with the P and Z and Daniel, if you would want to do P and Z. That's your schedule.
Yep.
So you got 2 people for P and Z, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, I'd like to stay on the water.
Want me to be a backup on you on
I
that?
was wondering if Marie would want
You want to do the backup?
to. Water and sewer.
Okay, okay. Where's?
I can do Monday, so if you're taking fire and first responder, I could do parks on Monday.
I'm not doing first responder, I'm just taking fire.
Oh, okay, I can, well,
Want to do first responder?
Usually what.
do they last
So-
more than a half hour?
See what I've been doing, Marie?
They're pretty good at 30
Go to
minutes.
the-
Okay.
You go to the first
Dana
responders
did
at
this last
6:30.
time. She did 30 minutes.
And
That's
it's-
why we moved parks till
And at
7.
7:00 you come up
Okay.
with parks and
Okay,
trails.
that's fine. I'm here already.
So Marie is the backup on water and sewer, right? And you're first responders?
I'm fine with streets and roads.
Who's your backup then, Jim?
It's Paul.
Oh, okay.
Daniel, you're gonna do,
So, EDA,
actually, Daniel, can you do parks and trails?
That's what Marie was doing, but.
Oh, okay, you're doing
I'm
parks and
fine.
trails. How about, I thought you were doing first responders. Marie.
I can do both. I mean, if they keep it to a half hour.
Well, That's what I've been doing, is I come in at 6:30 for a half hour over there. If you have any questions or you have to come over here at 7.
I'm fine with planning and zoning, streets and roads.
so down for EDA. I'd like to propose myself staying on it and in light of the EDA's comments and what was said, Paul, there's some really concern and apprehension about having you.
Oh, I wasn't volunteering for it.
Good. Pardon me?
I wasn't volunteering for it.
Okay, so I.
So you-
How about Daniel, could you pick up EDA?
I can pick up EDA.
I was either have, let's see, either Daniel or Marie for EDA.
We have Daniel, no place on here, so he's gonna. do
Yeah, he's doing streets and roads and he's doing
Streets and roads. too.
And planning and
That's
zoning.
one meeting in May.
Planning and zoning.
Figured that's why I would.
You got planning and
Oh, I
zoning.
might have to back out of streets and roads since it's my neighbors that want all the speed bumps in town.
No way.
You just don't have to.
Now they're gonna throw eggs at your house.
Now they're gonna, yeah, but I'll know who they are.
You're gonna have potholes put in your front yard.
Okay, Daniel, you gonna do EDA then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I
Okay.
do that.
I would like to take that.
And then we get to our employee relations committee. I That was, I'd like to propose Ryland and myself, or Ryland and Marie on that.
What committee? Public
The
relations.
new employee relations.
Employee Relations Committee.
Whatever day works.
So that was Monday with the proposal.
I mean. Yeah. If Mondays don't work, we can. do
Because
it.
the only thing we have on Monday is the fire relief thing, and realistically, it's the second
And
Monday.
I've got that, as long as I'm doing fire relief, you don't have to worry about that.
This is the second Monday of the month too, though, is it?
The fire is, yeah.
No, the employee, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we
So,
can move it. It
The
could
only
be
thing with
third.
second Monday is that that's a township meeting. at 5:30.
Okay.
So we'd have to be either.
Well, it's three of us, we can meet and.
Yeah, it
We
could be
can,
whenever.
we can find another place to publicly post it and do it.
For your FYI.
Is there a reason why there is no Wednesdays? That.
We gotta have a day off.
I don't know.
I was gonna ask the same question.
Like, why are they only these? I
Um,
mean, if a Wednesday, is that what?
I don't know why that is, that's well before my time, I'll let.
I mean, we can talk of whatever works.
It's always been nice to kind of have that Wednesday of not having anything. and not-
There aren't any Fridays.
Yeah, I know, Friday. The fourth Friday at 5:30.
There aren't any Fridays yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesdays would be nice. I do baseball Tuesdays, Thursdays with my kid and Boy Scouts Mondays, but I just won't, head coach this year.
And I will say that is something
What's that?
where,
What night?
Tuesdays and Thursdays,
you know,
but if you,
But
yeah,
then you pick up Tuesdays and
yeah,
Thursdays?
but that's, I mean.
but I will say that's something that all of that can be changed when you get with the groups, talk with them and see, those are always amendable to change. Maybe it works for everybody to change the date, you know? So that's something that can always be done. And I know one thing we've talked about with planning and zoning is trying to get that date changed because right now the turnaround time is horrible to get stuff in the
Depends
packet.
upon what month it is, but usually it's like 3 or 4 days, that's it, you know?
And it's really, it pushes the packet
Change
back
the First Thursday.
constantly. So that's something that can be addressed. And I think specifically EDA should be addressed, but you know, these are how they are right now, but it can change. So.
Well, maybe, well, in all reality, maybe just planning and zoning would be better off coming back to the first Monday of the month.
Well, I think what you need to do is talk to the people that are on planning and zoning.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing to do.
Yeah, that's from here doing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
One comment about committee assignments, and this is my thought about going forward, not necessarily this year, but I think going forward, I think it's a good thing to talk about sometime, but I feel like there is by us being on these committees, and I'm speaking for all the committees, you know, right now, we all have voting rights on these committees. And in my opinion, I think that's a little bit of overreach on council members. And I think it'd be, because I'd like to see more citizens involved with all of our committees. That'd be my goal or hope. But I think if we could have
When did these
liaison
start?
people on committees, but don't have voting rights, don't vote, that kind of helps eliminate some of the overreach that maybe some of our residents feel that our committees are bringing to the table. You know, in the area of P and Z, you have two members, we do have two members. We have two and then so they vote on an item that's coming to the council. And they've already voted for it in the P and Z. And it comes to council, with, you know, the overreach comes from those two people voting already. And it just takes one more person for a majority for a passing. So I think that's my whole rationale. I think there's two things. One is removing the voting rights. But I think ultimately, it'd be good to have these committees made up of all citizens and no council members. So when everything comes to us from the residents, those are the residents that are talking about how they want to see the committee, to see how the city is involved, and it's more citizens involved with the committees, but that's for another discussion at another time.
Yeah, I think that's another
So
one,
when
but,
did this liaison thing start? Because it didn't exist.
because I don't vote on the fire department.
No, I know. I
I mean,
vote on the water and sewer. I vote on the parks and trails. We have in the past.
Yeah, but I'm just, so, I mean, it's not all of them that are that way.
No, I'm just saying, just
Yeah.
take all the voting.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
we need some like real clarity of what we're there for, because it would help me coming in, like, what am I doing when I sit at that table?
Yeah.
Or maybe not at that table, I sit in the audience.
Take that, moving towards that vision, if that AI tool pans out, that would be a huge thing, because no council member sitting on you can still give me a summary of what was said about this topic, and it spits it out to us individually. You know, so like that could be a tool to move towards that goal as well. It's still being informed of what happened at the meeting without having to watch the entire YouTube video at a later date. So.
You're right, it's a vision.
Yeah, I think it's
But I
too
think-
much for tonight. We're looking
Yeah,
at
it's
11.
If we can make it 10 more minutes, we're gonna be longer than the budget meeting.
Yeah.
On this, I have one more amendment, if I could add in there. I'm gonna change, it says interim city administrator under here, whereas, under there, I'm going to change that. That was not caught either. In the copy from last year's. After the appointments, it says any other further resolved.
It says as be resolved, the interim city administrator.
Yeah,
You're gonna stick around for a while?
yeah, that was from, I took last year's
So now we just
resolution
transfer it
and didn't
into,
get that.
correct?
That will just say city administrator.
So just for clarity, in the past, streets and roads have been made up of Kane, the mayor, Jason, and one council member. And that's something you're interested
I
in.
thought that Joe went on those.
I
too.
don't need to, I was just
Joe, no, yes,
volunteering
yes,
for
yes.
some stuff. I don't have to, I was just volunteering for
I think
stuff.
we've had one meeting in the year I've been here, so it's not very well called.
There's not a whole lot. On drive around.
It's still there.
more of an ad hoc, that's more of an ad hoc.
You need to have a coffee sometime, right?
Right,
Take a
yeah.
coffee break, come on out.
Yep, still there.
Let's
Roads are still there.
Let's move along.
Okay, let's do the, unless there's any other comments, let's go ahead and
Who made
do
the
the
motion?
call vote.
We have we had to sign it before we could make the motions. We need the motion for what was documented.
To make a motion for what's documented for the committee appointment.
Second.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, we have a roll call vote.
Who seconded that?
I did.
All right, roll call vote. Mayor Ikorst,
Aye.
Councilor Pendergrass,
Aye.
Councilor Reisdorfer,
Aye.
Councilor Phillips,
Aye.
Councilor Spring.
Aye.
Next item is resolution 2025-04, which is our fee schedule. Speak good.
I would,
Jason?
We have to have a motion to discuss this?
Yeah, let's do that.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
You make a motion, Paul?
I'll make a motion to accept the fee schedule
and I'll second that.
so we can talk about it.
Yep.
Well. What
I
I'd like,
gotta kind of go through and explain what I did.
sure,
Hopefully that'll answer some questions.
maybe I'll answer your question.
So I went through and I looked at probably a dozen or more different fee schedules from different cities and kind of compared how we did ours to how they did theirs. And looked through what kind of fees they were charging for and not charging for and what their associated fees were for said things. And kind of compared, ours to theirs. Ours were vastly under what most of them were. So there were some slight increases in some of the fees. And I broke it down by category as well. I really like the way that some of these other cities have done it. Instead of how we have it on our sheet, I think it's very convoluted, and even though it's only 2 pages, it's also kind of all over the place, and trying to understand is a little bit difficult. So I broke it down by different, what we would call departments, if you will. So you have the administrative department, anything that would be city business, the building department, public works department, community development and zoning, and then like public utilities is the final one here. With that, there's things in here that we were lacking, administrative fees for things. When we start doing tasks, we can assign administrative fees. We have that right to do that. A lot of them were $25 across the board for a lot of cities. I put that in as a recommendation. It's in all the different departments. Doesn't have to be. This is all recommendations, from what I was seeing. The assessment search, $25, that's still what we do now. Any certified letters that we have to send is the amount that we pay per US Postal customer service. We don't have that in our fee system right now. So having that in there, if we gotta send certified letters, we can bill them for the said certified letters as well. So again, this is stuff that, so that we have it in our system. Investigative and research fees, that's where you can start to look at, okay, I've gotta spend time with doing information disclosure requests or other things like that. Will we $50 fee? Some of them did it by an hourly basis. They were looking at, we're gonna charge you the employee rates and all these other things. So there's some of that. Mileage was updated, the check fee was left the same. There's some other excavation permits. I don't know why those ones would be in the administrative, those might need to be in another one. Our data request is actual costs in here. If somebody wants to call a special meeting that says, hey, we want you guys to do a special meeting for this. Well, you can charge for having a special meeting. They're requiring you taking your time now to create a special meeting using up your time. It's not a pre-planned, monthly meeting. This is something where they're saying, you know what, we want to have a special meeting because we want this done now. And we've missed all the other deadlines for this month's packet, but we want it done before then. Okay, it's gonna cost you $300 to have a special meeting, to have all of us come together to, cover the cost of you guys coming in for meetings. Cause
The council members, if we want to request.
no, not the council. It's like they want to have a special meeting to move things along with this. Well, we could say, okay, not that we have to do it, but we could say, well, that's a $300 fee because it's $75 for every one of you to come in here. So that's, $150 for, two of you, or $300 for four of you. We're losing money still on the amount of time we're paying you to come in.
Okay.
It helps us reinvest, get our costs
It's
back.
something new, so we really need to
Well,
make sure this.
we don't have anything to really compare it to for last year's stuff where we're raising the fees, so. It's kind of like.
And I was looking at the
override.
next page, we don't have animal license.
Yeah, we got rid of that a few years ago.
Yeah,
Exactly.
animal license duplicate, we don't have that, okay.
That's
we-
fine. If we got rid of, I don't know, I wasn't here for these things.
Oh,
but I
yeah,
saw the
we
things that they're
don't
missing.
have, where's the chicken license? We don't have chicken license. We're able to
That's-
have more than 5 hens. Okay, that was done away
on our
with camping. We don't
We
do
don't- you
camping
can't have chicken?
anymore.
No, you can have chickens now.
You can have chicken, but there's no fee.
Chicken license, no, it's a
Yeah.
pet fee, right?
No, there's no pet fee or license fee for chickens. And camping, we don't do camping anymore. We took that out.
Well, there's talk of wanting to do that. So I think having those kind of things in there is important to have. Where we could be able to, help bring in more money to the city.
Yeah, but the problem is that was on your honor type situation for the camping thing, and especially with what's going on, looking and making sure that drugs and different things don't get going on, I'd like to keep camping out.
I think that came about because I wanted to discuss income opportunities for the city.
Yeah,
Camping
okay.
was one of them. I got a backstory on that. Passport, services was another one because I just drove down to Olmsted and wrote them
I don't know why you
multiple
compared
$100
to that
check
anyway.
to do a passport.
You can usually
I don't
get
know,
that at mailboxes and whatever else. They'll do passports for a little.
So we haven't had camping for
2 years.
3 years.
Yeah, and we don't want to do
And we've
camping.
had problems with vandalism and
You don't want camping.
because in the past.
You don't want it.
We moved the woodshed up here because of squatters.
I mean, you don't want camping. You really
Yeah, well,
don't.
that was the backstory that I got. I got a
The answer is
fairly
no.
detailed
I see.
We don't
backstory
want
on
that.
that. But it was just a discussion that I had about, possible income opportunities
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
city.
Well, I guess
Once we got up
that's-
to that.
That's fine. If you guys don't want to cross it off.
Yeah, we
then
don't
you can
want that.
take the motion will still be in here to take it as amended. That's fine. But I put these things in there because I thought either one, they've been on there previously, we could do them again. Or I think they're good ideas, but those are my ideas. Again, if not, that's fine. You guys can discuss it as council go through
But
it.
we're gonna take time to review them against
The only-
what we were charging before.
What was, yeah, I'd like to look at what we did before. I think that's a good thing to
I'd
have,
like
so
to
we got a
table that
comparison.
till February.
Can we put
Make a
that off
motion
for
to
a
table
month
it.
and then have the comparisons on it?
Well, I'd really like to pass the sewer and water rate increase.
Well, we can do that separately, I think, can't we? Because that was,
I broke it into sections, you
Yeah.
approve a certain section.
yeah,
So the one you want to table is gonna be the.
I want to look at,
Page 215.
page 215 and 216. Could you give those two comparisons?
Well, if we were to approve page 219, the public utilities.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
know
do it,
that
let's-
anything off of page 216 really changed, because that's CMS stuff. And they didn't change their fees for the year. So I don't know that anything really changed off that.
Can we do, I think, let's just do the 219 and bring the rest in for comparison.
How much we actually brought in per,
I'm sure we could, but that's gonna take me a little while to get all that information put together.
Okay, can we
I'm
do?
just wondering if we have a license that no one ever uses, like.
Yeah, a pet license, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, can we just do 219 and approve that one?
I think the last time we seen pet licenses in there, the city got probably had $25 that year.
Because this will turn around and now.
We have one pet.
Well, they were $5 a piece, I think.
Oh, okay, fine.
We just do 219? Approve that?
Well, that's a thought. Before we do that, decide that, I think it's, we need to try and eliminate and minimize the confusion on our website. Because if we approve this, then we have our 2024 fees, which is on the sheet right now. And it's a 2-page document right now.
Yeah.
I think it's 2 pages, yeah.
2 pages for.
Yeah, that's how we had that.
That's all it is right now. So we have 2 pages, and so if we don't, I guess what I'm saying is we have it for a month, we can have a unique. I prefer keeping it all together, I guess, rather than pulling out a page. But I do think it warrants to get it done as soon as possible. And so, if we were to set up a special meeting in the first week in February,
Can we do it if we have a special meeting for the other one?
Do both of them?
Yeah, the special meetings, we can put anything on it, but once it's been set, it's.
For Gold Rush Crossing.
Yeah, Gold Rush Crossings, if they come through and request that,
we can put.
are
this on
we?
the agenda.
Yeah,
Let's
so
do it that way.
then we don't have to.
I think they're gonna come through. I mean, they're gonna.
They're gonna come through, but all we can really do is, does the city council just have to approve the annexation, or does that have to go to?
No, we gotta do that. The next step is.
The city
do that.
council does that.
Yeah, before we get a public hearing.
It comes to
There has
us,
to
it
be a
doesn't
public
go,
hearing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
City
But-
council holds it.
it doesn't go to P and Z, it just comes through the city staff.
Yeah, because everything is already set for zoning.
Let's do it, let's hold off.
Hold off.
Or table it.
On that
Okay,
special meeting, can we make sure that someone from the township is here too? So that we're all having the same dialogue, or does that not work? You have like township people, because
Well, I mean, they're welcome to not to be a part of it. They
Yeah.
can zoom
they
in.
probably don't have a vote, but
Yeah,
like
they
just
can
make sure.
zoom in if they want or
let them
whatever.
know.
We can try to set it up as a joint meeting with them if they want to, they can.
Yeah.
It just sounds like there's conversations they're having with township, conversations they're trying to have with us. Like, I just wonder if it's best to have everybody in the room.
I will say I spoke with
Maybe not,
township,
I don't know.
some of the township people, and they had no idea. They apparently had only met with one individual from the township, so
Okay.
this is not something that's been brought before the township. So, they had no idea what was going on when I spoke to them about this.
How many township
With
supervisors are
the
there?
deal with water and sewer.
There's
They went up
three,
with the water and
three,
sewer.
the third.
Five.
We discussed that and we were gonna take the 10%. So we
Three
already have
supervisors
discussed
and
that
clerk.
with the council.
It's been discussed, but it's gotta be voted
Well,
on.
So, I mean, we should be able to do that because
I think it's just, my concern is that what it's gonna take to put it on the website.
yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we're covered if we got into that, so we could do the 10%
It
increase.
was a recommendation,
Okay,
not approval, just a recommendation.
Okay, let's do it as a special meeting and do it that way and get the comparisons.
If nothing happens in the next week, we can do does 5:30 work for everybody?
5:30 on a
Yeah.
Wednesday?
It'd be a 30-minute meeting.
Wednesdays are out. We're not allowed to do Wednesday stuff.
Yeah, Friday.
Or Friday.
He's off.
It's 5:30 Friday, I won't be here.
I can do I can do 5:30. I can't do 6:30.
5:30 gets stretchy for me, but as long as we don't push it into March, I should be able to make it.
What day are you thinking?
Yeah, let's look at February 3rd or 4th. The 3rd is a Monday,
I'm
the 4th is
out on work travel the fourth, so I'd have to do it third. I'm off the rest of the week, but I could zoom in.
the 6th is
No, you can't, you gotta be here to vote. You can't do it by Zoom.
Third is fine for me.
I'm sorry.
Third is fine for me as well.
And the third is the only day that works, because I leave for Florida, the fourth.
The 3rd or the 6th.
Either one for me is.
We're not gonna read meters till end of February, so we don't have to force this.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You gotta read meters till the end of February, so.
We are reading meters at the end of January.
Right, but if you call a special council meeting February 3rd,
Yeah, so they're gonna have another
Oh.
read of bills before at the lower rate.
there's no sense trying to push this forward just to get, you got time is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we don't do it in the next 5 days.
For the meter reader.
We'll bring this back at the February 18th meeting.
Okay, let's do it that way.
To do it,
Take a
you
look
gotta
at it.
compare it.
Do that.
February,
We're just
we're gonna do
gonna-
the, no special meeting, just, we'll do the,
Or a special meeting.
February
Special
18th.
meeting.
or, yeah. Think about what they do.
Okay.
Well, I need to know if it's gonna be for a special meeting or that, because I need to know how to prioritize my time of when I need to have this done.
It's on.
Well, make a motion to hold it
Give you
till,
3 days notice.
I amend my motion to table this till the February 18th regular council.
So then that way it's set, you don't have to worry about it.
Everybody's got a month to go
All in
get
favor?
500-gallon jugs, fill up with water. Well, it's still cheap.
Yeah,
I got a bigger
Put
judge.
your pool, put your
Also,
pool
want to point
down.
out too, I'm looking at the fee schedule now.
There is a pool fee on there.
Yeah, it is.
There's a chicken license fee on here.
I know.
There's also camping is still listed on here just as TBD, so.
Anyway, we'll go through those. Okay, very good. I make a motion to adjourn.
We still have to.
Can't have it consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
What did I
I'll
find
second
here?
it.
Paul? Any comments?
Where did I have something here? Let's see, what did I have? No, you get all the other stuff that is, okay.
Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.
Second.
Daniel did.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Congratulations, we made.
Kind of.
What was our motion on that round?
That's our longest one so far.
You just convert it
Covered a lot.
No, I think you got some stuff
Right,
resolved,
saved
and
it
what we
and
have to do to
everything
get
else
things
on
moving.
I think we,
The edit.
you want to stop it, please?
Yep,